Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is a regular meeting of the Select Board for October 27th, 2020. We're holding this meeting remotely because of the health emergency, and we're using the Zoom platform to do that. I should let you know that this meeting is being recorded and that a quorum of the board is participating from their respective remote locations. So let's start off with updates and announcements. I guess I'd like to just give an update on voting and let people know that the last day to register to vote by mail, to get a vote by mail ballot, is October 28th. And you may notice that that is tomorrow at 5 p.m. In light of the shenanigans of those people down in Washington in the administration, I urge people to vote early in person, which is available at Town Hall through Friday, October 30th, or vote in person on November 3rd. I've been there. The setup is very safe and very efficient, and no one should hesitate to vote early or in person because of the COVID pandemic. It's way too important to not vote, especially for our question 3 on the Brookline ballot. So long as you're careful and social distance, wear your mask, and so long as you're alert to your surroundings, there should be absolutely no risk to voting at Town Hall. So that's my comment. Any other comments or updates from the Select Board? No? Okay.
You said it, Bernard. Vote, vote,
Okay.
vote, vote.
Vote, vote, vote. Like Obama said, don't whine, vote. Don't complain, vote. Okay, Nevin, are there any public comments? Are people wanting to make public comment?
At this time, no one has signed up in advance for public comment. There are 11 attendees present. I'm checking the Q&A and the hand raise feature to see if anyone would like to make a public comment.
Okay. Let's move on to the minutes for October 13, 2020. Any edits or corrections to the minutes that people have that they haven't given to Kate already? No? I move approval of the meeting minutes for Tuesday, October 13, 2020. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So next, items 3B through 3G, I'd like to vote in an omnibus fashion. I assume everyone has had an opportunity to review these matters. They're all very similar. And assuming no one has any questions at this point, I'd like to move approval of question of entering into an agreement titled Brookline Complete Streets Funding Program, Tier 3, to receive a Complete Streets grant in the amount of $386,400. Question of extra work order number 1 in the amount of $17,816.10 for the transfer station. Question of accepting a grant for the for the Center for Tech and Civic Life in the amount of $37,053 for the safe and secure election administration in the town of Brookline. Question of amendment 3 to the contract between town of Brookline and Desmond Design Management in the amount of $12,500 for added construction administration services for the water garage slab repairs project. Question of guaranteed maximum price, CO, I'm not sure what that means. Number 3, in the amount of, pardon me? Oh, change order, I'm sorry, yeah, I should. In the amount of $627,224 for the Brookline High School expansion with Skanska. And finally, approval of change orders number 1 and 2 in the amount of $4,843 for the Harry Downs Fieldhouse renovations with Vintage Properties. All in favor? Ms. Heller?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I just wanted to interrupt if you don't mind.
Sure.
I don't know why, but the amount in 3F that I'm looking at is different from what you read aloud. Starts with the 3, but I have 381, 126. Is it
I'm
possible
sorry,
that was?
is this 3F?
Yep, 3F, yep. Is it possible that the amount was changed in a subsequent version of the document?
Yeah, you may have an earlier version of the agenda. Did you pull that agenda down this afternoon?
I did. I thought I had pulled down the latest of the agendas, but if I didn't, then I didn't.
Devin, can you correct this or clear this up for us?
Yes, just give me 1 minute. I need to pull up. The correct amount is 381, 126.
Aha.
Wow.
And that should be on your calendar too.
Okay, I thought I pulled down the most recent calendar. Okay, I'm sorry. So the amount is, repeat that, Devin?
$381,126.
Did any of the other items change, Devin?
That was the only one, and that
That's the
is
only-
indicated.
Okay, so the rest of them were correct then.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mascaro, for catching that.
You're very welcome.
Did we vote? No. I move approval as corrected. Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, board and commission interviews. The following candidates for appointment, reappointment to boards and commissions will appear for interview and possible vote. First person is Nicole McClellan for the Commission for Women, Brookline Commission for Women. And this is a reappointment, as I understand. Yes. Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay, Ms. McClellan, could you just sort of introduce yourself, explain why you want to be reappointed to the Women's Commission, and we'll ask you about your ideas for the commission afterwards.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm Nicole McClelland, town meeting member in precinct 11, and I actually just finished my first year on the Commission for Women, so it was a one-year term that had been staggered to sort of repopulate the commission. And I'd love to be reappointed. We just are about to get to a point, hopefully, of having full commission. We haven't so far and are just starting some really good work. We've formed 2 subcommittees, and I'm the chair of the subcommittee on policy and advocacy. So we're starting to really get our feet, and I hope to continue to do the work we've started.
So I guess I'll start off questioning, what type of goals do you have for the Women's Commission going forward?
One thing I'd like to see is the Women's Commission have more of a presence in some of the policy that happens in Brookline, similar to the way CDICR weighs in on issues of inclusion and diversity. I'd love to see the BCW have a voice when there's a specific sort of gender component to some of the bylaws that we're seeing come before town meeting. I'd also, one other thing we've talked about is that comes up regularly and is interesting now in sort of this era is childcare. As I say this, I'm solo parenting right now and my daughter's about to pop in. So, in Zoom era, it's a little bit easier to attend meetings. But one thing that I'd like to see us work on long-term is how to be sure that everyone can participate in meetings the way we've been able to during this time.
Any other questions?
Hi,
Yeah, Mr. Vance, go ahead.
hi, Nicole.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. It's good to see you.
You too.
You've
Okay,
been.
any other questions?
Well, Nicole just mentioned she's been a leader in reminding us appropriately that attendance at meetings of our treasured volunteer form of government are not the same in the current situation for most people as they may have been some decades ago. And we have to avoid situations that disadvantage, say, a parent who either because of obligations to family or other obligations is not as cannot as conveniently attend an evening meeting. So with that as a preface, I was really glad to see the position taken by the commission, excuse me, on this question of making video available of all meetings, perhaps starting with a select group of boards and commissions. Can you tell me just a little bit, were you a participant in that discussion? And give the people listening at home a sense of the issues that come to play for the engagement issues and the participation issues that come to play now that we're having all of our meetings via Zoom.
Yeah, I don't know if this is exactly what you mean, John, but I know the chair of the commission, Rebecca Stone, wrote a letter sort of on behalf of all of us in support of hopefully petitioning the state legislature to allow us to continue not just public participation remotely, but actual board members and commission and committee members to participate remotely when needed, because it certainly has promoted participation. I mean, I think we saw that just in town meeting with the highest level of participation we've ever had, because I think a lot of people were able to attend who had family obligations, whether that's, an aging parent or a young child or a child caregiver they had to relieve. So people were able to participate more, and we've certainly heard that on the commission as well. So I'm a big supporter of that. I think you guys are considering that tonight, but not voting on it.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so for what it's worth, I would certainly say that the commission, as represented by Rebecca's letter, is a strong supporter of maintaining this level of participation and inclusion that's been permitted by sort of this new virtual format that we have.
Great.
Mommy, I have a special envelope for you.
Any other questions?
In the back.
Can you wait for 1 sec, please? Thank you.
Mr. Fernandez.
Hey, Nicole, I'm wondering if you can talk about, with respect to the BCW work and activities, talk a little bit about the inclusion of trans women in that work and activities, and just your outlook and what we can expect moving forward there.
Yeah, I think that's a big gap in the town government in general. I don't know that we have any sort of out trans members, and I don't think that anybody has paid enough attention to that. I think there are a lot of gaps. You guys have all heard me say this a lot of voices that are missing from the room. And we've tried, there's a balance, right, as you're sort of repopulating a commission of trying to get really broad representation and be sure that you have all the voices in the room, right, without sort of squashing interest. So we don't have a problem of like people banging down the doors to join most of our committees and commissions. But that's certainly something that I think we need to pay more attention to, is that outreach and being sure that we have all the voices there that we need.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Well, I guess
Ms.
the
Hamilton.
follow-up to that is, I guess, how are we trying to recruit for the Women's Commission to make sure that those voices do get a seat at the table at some point?
I mean, so far, it's been a lot of conversations, which I think personally is not entirely sufficient, right? Because what happens is we all talk to our people that we already know, and then it's a lot of the same people populating our boards and committees. That said, our commission right now, I think, has 4 town meeting members, and everyone else is not a town meeting member, which is really nice. It's people that, what's that, Nancy?
I said that's refreshing.
It is. So it's other community leaders, professors, people that are out in the community. So we've managed, I think, to expand outside of the usual channels of sort of the people that typically get tapped for this. We've tried to have more of a presence with our Facebook page, a sort of moderate presence, so we're reaching more people, talking through other channels like, inclusive Brookline listservs, neighborhood listservs, just so that people know that the commission is out there. And like I said, we've, I think you'll probably hear from two other, applicants tonight that that I don't know, which is good. So that outreach hopefully has worked. And that's one thing I'm interested in personally, is how do we find the people that aren't in the networks that we all have and we all know. And I think the town as a whole, not just the commission, but the town has some work to do on that and can improve on that.
Great.
So I
Thank you.
just wanted to know, Nicole, whether you mentioned one of the goals is to try to work with the Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, exploring childcare solutions for civic participation. And I wondered whether you had made any headway on that issue, or whether you had any ideas about that going forward.
The short answer is no. With COVID,
It's a tough thing to tackle.
we just haven't gotten to that. And honestly, it felt less pressing than a lot of other things over the past 6 months, because people weren't having, I think we're having to solve a lot of other childcare issues. And I think, I was saying to someone today, I think parental mental health is probably, for many people, at an all-time low, especially where families, where all the parents in the family, whether that's one or two parents, are working. I think it's exceedingly difficult, but childcare for participation in civic meetings is less of a problem right now because of Zoom. So we haven't made headway. One thing that the chair of the commission did do, which I think is a great idea, is appoint liaisons to some of our other boards and committees, including CDICR. So there will be someone from the BCW working with the CDICR, because so much of that work really overlaps. And hopefully, as we sort of regain our footing, which I feel like maybe I am, I don't know, ask me tomorrow, we can make some more sort of progress on the longer term planning goals.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just add that with respect to, for example, trans members of commissions, as well as Black members of boards and commissions and others, many times people come into a commission for a short period of time, leave, and there's no real follow-up chasing them down. So that's one area where I think, the town could be a little more proactive. When someone shows up for just one type of event, we should follow up and see, if they have the time, if they have the interest, to continue in that regard. I can think of a few people in those categories that, we should follow up with. So thank you. We will make our appointments at a later date. We appreciate you coming forward to interview.
Okay. See you guys later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Next, Savannah Miles. Hello, Ms. Miles. Please
Hello, can you all
introduce
hear me?
yourself. Yeah, we can hear you.
Great.
Please introduce yourself and indicate your interest in the Women's Commission, or
Sure.
why you're interested in the Women's Commission.
Sure. So my name is Savannah. I am originally from Alaska and grew up most of my life in New Hampshire. I attended university at Bryant University in Rhode Island and studied finance and economics. Today, I work downtown in Boston in the wealth management industry. And throughout my life, service and volunteering has been at the forefront of everything I've done. And at this point, I'm really seeking a commissioner position with the town to broaden my engagement and also have a higher touch impact on the Brookline community that I newly reside in. So currently I am the national board chair for Education First, which gives out scholarships to 8 cities across the US, one of which is Boston. So we help Brockton, Brighton, and City on a Hill charter schools. But I'm really looking to get more involved in Brookline, where I live, and why the Commission for Women. I think it comes down to the core values I've always looked for. One is women's empowerment. As a female in the wealth management industry, there are very few women, and it's so nice to see a group that's really trying to push for equality and justice for women in all areas and all aspects of the community. And then also, Economic equality is a big thing for me. I also have noticed a big thing on the Commission for Women's mission is this idea of intersectionality. And that really calls to me because it's this idea that you're taking a lot of pieces from race, gender fluidity, socioeconomic class, and trying to work through all these issues together, recognizing that they are all one factor really in the end. And I like that idea, that challenge of bringing all the other pieces together. And then overall, why specifically the Commission for Women is I am looking to get more involved with women and other local businesses in the Brookline community. And I think this provides a great way to get involved through one volunteer opportunity rather than becoming a member of several large organizations.
Thank you. Any questions? Well, I'll ask. Okay, Mr. Fernandez.
Oh, you go first, please.
I was going to ask a question regarding or related to your background. Well, first of all, it's always fascinating to me to meet someone from Alaska or other strange, out of the way places. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Talk to me about what ideas you have with respect to financial literacy. And I know in your application that was something you mentioned, particularly as it relates. I mean, financial literacy is important to all women and all men, irrespective of financial, income level. But talk to me about particularly low-income women and the particular issues that you would see in bringing financial literacy to that segment of our population.
Sure. I think the biggest issue is communication and those resources. So there's a lot of resources out there, but how can we get those resources in front of the people that really need it at free, no cost? And so a great idea could be partnering with local organizations that really focus on financial literacy, or perhaps banks or chambers of commerce members that do that in their profession, and holding perhaps seminars or small panel series that these women could have access to this information and materials at no cost.
Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, I think same topic, different angle. I'm wondering, one way to go about working to close the pay gap is this sort of, things like salary negotiation training, the lean-in kind of approach. I'm wondering, however, what you think about our responsibility as a municipality to hold businesses and other institutions. We've got educational and healthcare institutions in our community accountable for ensuring pay equity. And if you've seen any successful examples of municipalities doing that, or have any ideas about things we should be doing from our position.
I think that is a really important issue. I don't have a ton of background in municipalities, but I do agree that that's something, if I join, that's something I would love to look into, because the pay gap is what really sets a lot of people back. It might not even be worth it for a woman to join the workforce when it comes to childcare and offsetting that pay gap.
Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I'm curious whether it occurs to me that the idea of financial literacy for women, really for everyone, is something that would be an excellent topic for our adult ed program. I don't know whether our adult ed program does sessions on financial literacy, but I'm wondering whether you've ever looked into that, or whether you think there could be some sort of way to pull that together through the commission.
Yeah, sure. So I don't know specifically if they offer financial literacy, but I do think that could be a good starting resource for small educational topics on financial literacy.
Okay, any other questions? So thank you. Very interesting. And we'll be making our appointments at a later time, at a later meeting, and we'll be in touch with you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, next, discussion and question of endorsing a proposal from the Massachusetts Commission on Women regarding the open meetings law. And I think we're voting to approve a letter prepared by the Brookline Women's Commission, supporting the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women's letter to Senate President Spilka and House Leader DeLeo. I see Rebecca Stone is here. Talk to us about what you want us to do here in our vote.
Thanks. First, thanks for taking this up. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about it. And thank you for the BCW interviews that you've just concluded. We are very, very close to being fully appointed, so that's really exciting for the Commission for Women. So the first thing I just want to say about this effort that we're doing, I want to be clear, since we got a little bit of response when we first put out the letter, that this has nothing to do with weakening the open meeting law. It's not about reducing Brookline's adherence to it. It's not about reducing the efforts to get everybody trained. We support transparency. We support accountability. It's one of the Brookline Commission for Women's core values. And so I just wanted to get that out there so that nobody's confused. The letter that we wrote and the letter from the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women has to do with making permanent the loosening of only certain elements of the open meeting law that were put in place to accommodate the COVID-19 crisis. And those are the ones that pertain to remote participation of committee members themselves. And as we said in the letter to the legislature, the barriers to, I mean, you all know this, right? The barriers to in-person participation are highest for women. Women are the ones who frequently have care responsibilities at home, either for children or for elder parents or for themselves. And then it's also, access is also difficult for anyone with physical, financial, or transportation constraints. We see this over and over and over again. We see it in who's willing to run for office. We see it in who comes to meetings that are held in locations that are difficult for many to get to. And at difficult times for a lot of people with family obligations. So that's what makes this an issue of gender equity, in addition to many other issues. And that's why the Commission for Women was so interested in it. And when the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women wrote this letter, we stood up and said, yes, we've been talking about this in terms of what happened during COVID, what we've seen in terms of increased access, increased participation. And we wanted to sort of stand up and cheer. I was really excited when they wrote their letter because the point they were making was not just about citizen participation. And the remaining point of our letter is very straightforward in this regard. The fact is, if we recognize that broadly expanding remote access to civic meetings swells civilian participation, we have to recognize that it also eases participation for those who serve on the committees. And we should be able to have a quorum, for example, that is not in person. The chair should be able to run a meeting remotely. Those are the two main points that we're asking the legislature. They're already in place because of COVID. And this letter and our effort is simply asking the legislature to make those changes permanent. So that we have greater flexibility, both for civilians who want to participate, but also for people who want to serve on the committees and commissions and boards that meet. So my hope is that the select board will agree and join us in asking the legislature for the ability to continue this access. It only makes sense. And it could well have the benefit of expanding the pool of people who are willing to serve on our boards and commissions, or on the select board, or on the school committee. And that's something that we're all working on. We're all asking ourselves, how do we increase participation? We have a number of warrant articles coming up before town meeting that purport to be part of making it more appealing, more attractive. This is all about making it more possible. And so we ask you to join us.
Okay, any discussion from the board?
So I guess just remind me why we need permission from the legislature to, I guess, deviate.
Because it's we're asking the legislature to make a permanent change in the open meeting law. They made a temporary change in the open meeting law to cover the time that we are all meeting remotely for COVID.
I
and,
see.
and the suspension of things like whether or not you can have a quorum that's established remotely, whether or not the chair of a committee or a board can chair that meeting from a remote location. Those are both things that would go away as soon as the COVID expansions are sunset.
Thank you.
So I believe that this would apply to any board or commission that wanted to continue Zoom meetings. Is that correct?
It would apply to any board or commission that was subject to the open meeting law.
Right. Okay.
So, hi, Rebecca. In your view of this, would this be a matter not just of allowing for remote participation, but requiring that boards and commissions continue to offer the option of remote participation to the public?
I mean, I would like to see that. I know you were discussing that last week. I would certainly like to see that. I know that there are, logistics involved, there's expense involved, there's all of the stuff about how we do a hybrid. When it's all remote, it's one thing. When it's all in person, it's one thing. The hybrid is those are hurdles we'll have to clear. But I see them as practicalities, not as reasons to object to the direction. So yes, I'd like to see it continue. Requiring it is up to you all. It's I want to have the ability to do it, and that's where the legislature comes in. That's where we need the law to give us that room to operate. Whether or not we as a town decide to make it a requirement, I think is a local decision, unless the legislature decides to tell us that it has to happen that way, which would be okay with me too.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bernard. I did have one more question. Is that all right?
Sure.
Yeah. And to take that one step further, I just wonder if you would share your views on the question of whether the ability to view a videotape of a meeting subsequent to the meeting is also important for people who cannot be, participating real time. Even with the convenience of Zoom participation, there is the problem that meetings are scheduled at various times, some of which match up with people's schedules and some of which don't. And so effectively, if you can't sort of live stream it, your only option for participating, quote unquote, viewing the meeting is to view a tape afterwards. I just wondered if you have any issues on, any views on the availability of meeting tapes afterwards.
Well, I mean, I think that the direction that we should be heading in is in providing as much access to the public as possible, to the information that gets conveyed, and to watching their elected or appointed officials, debating various issues. So yeah, should we be able to see something that happens afterwards? Absolutely. I mean, it's something that's absolutely, those of you in academia know that every class is now recorded, right? Most of the Zoom meetings I participate in are recorded. And that's because, exactly as you say, John, because sometimes you can't be in 3 places at one time. And so I think we should be doing as much as we possibly can, certainly moving in the direction of making those things happen. There are logistical challenges and those have to be met. So I think we also ought to be realistic in our expectations of how quickly we can move. I just think the direction we're moving in is pretty obvious.
I just want to say I absolutely agree with you, and I thank you for those comments.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez.
Sure. Just briefly, fully support this. And if the time comes, you need somebody to testify, give me a call. Happy to do it.
All right.
I want to know, are there folks lined up to put forward a bill in either the Senate or the House right now? And this is great, and it's on their radar right now. But is someone pushing this forward?
Not that I'm aware of. I haven't been in touch with the the Massachusetts Commission since we sent this, and I don't know whether there's momentum. My sense was when they sent the letter, they were speaking directly to the leadership. I know Cindy Cream wrote back to us and said that she was actively pursuing this in their meetings, their COVID meetings, which is not necessarily where it would happen, but I know that she was very interested in the idea and taking it forward. I have also not heard from her for probably, it's been a while since we sent the letter and we got those exchanges. But if you all make this, you're taking it up now, it puts me back into that thread, and I will certainly follow up with them and then with you to tell you what's going on. But my sense was that it was that the leadership would have to bring it to the legislature, but that there will be a series of decisions that they're making relative to when the COVID, when they relax or end some of the COVID accommodations that they made for all of us, for all of the governmental functions that are going on remotely now.
Great. Thanks so much for bringing this to us. Appreciate you.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, we're being asked to endorse a letter by the Brookline Women's Commission for Women that is supporting the letter sent to Senate President Karen Spilka and House Leader DeLeo, House Speaker DeLeo. Does anyone have a problem with us endorsing that letter? Okay, so therefore I move that the Select Board vote to endorse the letter from the Brookline Commission for Women to Senate President Karen Spilka and House Speaker Robert DeLeo, supporting a letter from the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women, requesting a legislative change to the open meeting law to make permanent by legislation certain provisions of the Governor's March 12, 2020 open meeting law executive order. All in favor? Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So I guess the next step is that we write a letter from the Select Board to Senator Spilka and Representative DeLeo, stating that we have endorsed your letter. Is that what you want?
That would be terrific. I also, I'm sorry, I had told Michael Sandman, who himself wrote a letter in support of this some time ago. He was going to jump on when he thought we were doing this at 7 o'clock, so I didn't get him on the screen in time. But if you, I'm sure that Mike would be happy to share his letter with you, and something very much like that would be quite helpful. I know that both EDAB and the school committee have considered it. I don't know that either board reached a conclusion or sent or has drafted anything absolutely in support. I just know they were considering it.
Okay. Would the board be okay with me drafting a letter saying that we voted to support and
Yeah.
sending it off as soon as possible? Okay,
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
we'll do that.
Terrific.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support for this.
Okay. Next, let me find my agenda here.
I'll mention that we're over a half an hour early for our warrant article hearings. We're just way too efficient, even when we got a late start. But
Okay.
we always try to build in some time for public comment, and it was unusual. We didn't have any. So we cannot start our hearings under the warrant articles under number 7, but we can do any work under number 8, 9, or 10. There are some articles I think we can bring up under 8, but others we probably can't for a while because of petitioners may want to be here, and we're ready to do 9 and 10 if you are.
Yeah, why don't we do 9 and 10 and get those out of the way?
Sure.
Okay, so annual appointments.
Yes. So that's an item that I'm going to bring the board through. So this evening is the annual process that addresses the appointment and compensation issues for the town's department heads and management non-union employees of the town. This process typically takes place in late June, but like a lot of things this year, processes and deadlines, the disruption and uncertainty created by the pandemic has resulted in delays, but here we are this evening. Before addressing the details of this particular agenda item, I would like to make some comments to express my appreciation to the employees of the town of Brookline for their dedication and commitment during the COVID-19 crisis. Beginning in March, many town employees were unable to work from home and continued to work on the front lines, so to speak. We tend to expect this from our usual first responders, including the fire, police, and DPW personnel. But in this case, we cannot forget many other departmental employees who put themselves on the line during the early surge of the COVID crisis. And that includes building inspectors and our health inspectors and other public, essential public health officials and a number of other people. And we literally created a transition to a remote town government within weeks, ensuring that public services would continue uninterrupted. We responded to the need to hold elections, our public meetings of town government, and our annual town meeting in ways we could never have imagined. Much of this work was done by personnel who work remotely from home. And while some might think that working from home has some great benefits, I can assure you that the vast majority of employees who work from home and continue to work from home in some cases end up working more hours overall and during hours that their prior work schedule did not require, including evenings, weekends, and holidays. Department head and management employees of the town do not qualify for additional compensation when they work more than 37.5 or 40 hours a week. And I will address this point a little later on the matter relating to the recommended FY21 wage increase. So there are two major issues that are involved this evening. First involves the annual reappointment of certain department heads. And the second is a recommendation to approve a general salary and wage increase for non-union employees of the town. So with respect to the first item, in addition to the delays I previously mentioned about this process related to COVID, another reason was the ongoing research that I've been doing actually for many years about this process. So when I came to the town about 10 years ago, over 10 years ago now, I was honestly confused by the annual process, which involved the appointments or reappointment of department heads and management non-union employees, miscellaneous employees, confidential employees. The list went on. And I never, quite frankly, understood the legal basis for all of these. I was told that it was a sort of a nice thing to do, but I'm always interested in what is the legal basis and why are we doing this? So I've continued to do research on this. And this year I've decided to just kind of finally finish the research. And what I've concluded is that only about half of the department heads of the town are actually required to be reappointed annually. They're all based on a special act that created their department, or in some cases our local bylaws. But in case about a half of our department heads, there is no requirement for an annual reappointment. That doesn't mean to say that they're somehow tenured or indefinite. All of our department heads and all management employees of the town are really on an at-will basis, despite whether some of them have a one-year appointment or not. So that's not really the case or the issue. It's really just, I want to make sure we're doing things that are required. And so this evening, you'll see that there's really only, with the fact that only half of the department heads are required to be reappointed, and the fact that some of those are either vacant positions, or in the case of, for example, Aaron Galentine, who was just appointed for the first time, there are only 3 department heads this year that are on the list for reappointment, and they're listed on your Appendix A. Notwithstanding that, I understand that in the past, the board did reappoint all these folks, and so we are creating an appendix called Appendix D that's in your packet that lists all of the department head and administrative staff. There's also a list of these miscellaneous positions that you previously appointed So that's the matter on the appointment. With respect to the second item, I am recommending a general and salary wage increase for fiscal year 2021, retroactive to July 1st, 2020, and that would be at the rate of 2.5%. This matter was delayed given the budgetary impacts of COVID-19, but over the last several weeks, we have finalized our amended budget for fiscal year 21, reflecting the uncertainty that existed when we initially approved the budget back in June. So as I said, I'm recommending a 2.5% wage increase for all management and non-union employees for this year, for fiscal 21, for the following reasons. Number one, the 2.5% increase has been negotiated with all unionized employees of the town, with the exception of the police union, who has not yet reached an agreement with the town for this period of time. Number two, these funds are included within the budget that will be presented to the upcoming town meeting in November. Number three, as previously mentioned, this outstanding and dedicated group of employees, most of them who do not receive extra compensation for working in excess of hours or working weekends, holidays. And finally, I believe the likelihood is that in fiscal year 2022 and beyond, at least in the short term beyond, I don't think we should have the expectation that we're going to be able to include the same level of wage increases in the future due to this severe budget pressure. So fiscal 21 really is probably the last year we'll be talking about raises of this size in the town department. So with that, happy to answer any questions. There are proposed votes for you. There's actually a third item which relates to appointment of department heads, and that is you are required to reappoint your appointee to the Brookline Retirement Board, which happens to be our finance director, Gina Franconi. So that's there. So again, those proposed votes are included in my memorandum in your packet. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? No?
Is town council part of this?
Town council is a position that is not required, does not have a term of appointment. And so let me see if I have that list. So my research has indicated that the following positions do not have a specific term of appointment: town council, deputy town administrator, building commissioner, human resources director, council on aging director, recreation director, and the director of the diversity, inclusion, and community relations department.
Thank you.
Mr. Vanskoya? Yeah.
So just so that I have this clear in my head, there are a certain number of positions that are under 3-year contracts, if I understand correctly. And I'm just wondering, can you refresh us as to which of positions have 3-year contracts?
There's only two, and that is the police chief and the fire chief. So the special acts that created them acknowledge that there was another general law that allowed them to negotiate up to 3-year contracts. Those are the only two.
Thank you.
And that's why the Chief Sullivan is not on the Appendix A list. You see him in Appendix D is for informational purposes, but his term doesn't expire until next year.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, therefore, with respect to the appointment of department heads, I move to reappoint the department heads for a term expiring in 2021, as recommended by the town administrator on attachment A to the town administrator's memorandum, which was in your packet. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoya?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Now, with respect to the appointment to the Brookline Retirement Board, I move to reappoint Finance Director Gina Franconi to the Retirement Board for a term expiring in 2021. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. With respect to the authorization of an increase in wage and salary schedules for non-union employees, at the rate of 2.5%, effective July 1st, 2020. I move to approve wage adjustments of 2.5% effective July 1, 2020 for positions on the department head pay plan, the mid-management professional technical pay plan, and for other non-union positions as recommended by the town administrator, as appearing in attachment C to the town administrator's memorandum, which is up in your packet. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. I guess that's it. We have a set of employees
Thank you very much.
to continue running this town.
Thank you very much. And thank you again to all the employees of the town.
Yeah. And by the way, you know, just looking at it from the standpoint of one committee, the Policing Reform Committee, those employees who participate and help us understand issues of the police department, the human resources department, and other departments that touch on, you know, the deliberations of that committee. Their work is incredible. I mean, they spend a ton of time providing invaluable information, and we couldn't operate without them. And they go way over, you know, they do way more than their normal workload in serving those committees, as well as all the other things they do for the town. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may, just a comment, and don't mean to take up too much time, but first of all, I wanted to thank Mel Kleckner, because he has taken care of something which, you know, easily could have been, you know, allowed to just continue to slide. And I think it's really important that he has done what he has done. He has taken what had become a routine vote of the board that would occur every year, that unfortunately got mired in I think some misunderstanding as to its significance, attracted attention in terms of, oh, is this it? You know, are we going to sort of hold these employees up to scrutiny and decide whether they stay on or not? And it did not, it should not have reached that level. And the fact that it did is simply, you know, a sign of the times and of the evolution of this particular consideration that occurs once a year on the calendar. And when I discussed it a few weeks ago, Mel was kind enough to discuss it with me, just, you know, between the two of us. One of the things that came across to me was, it used to be just a tradition of once a year expressing the board's recognition and thanks, you know, to our department heads for the work that they do. That is something that no matter how we decide to go forward, having had Mel's guidance on this, I do hope we remember at least once a year, if not more often than that, to thank the department heads for the work they do. Because you know, maybe we can tell ourselves, oh, they must know how much we appreciate that work. But if we don't say it, you know, there's no way that they can know for sure. And so I'm going to say it right now. Across the board, I'm the newest member of the select board, but, you know, across every level of department, there are people day in and day out delivering service that I think is extraordinary. And we have some extremely talented people, and we are very, very lucky to have them. And it's good to know that maybe with this with this taken care of, we'll have the benefit of their service for another year and beyond that as well.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we go to,
Well said.
I'm sorry, Ms. Heller?
I just said that to thank John because it was well said. I agree with
Thank you,
everything he said.
Yes, well said.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, it's 6:33. We still have a little time
Do you want to take
before
the
our
housing
7 o'clock
advisory board
hearing.
up, or do you want to wait on
Yeah,
that?
why don't we take up number 9, appointments to boards and commissions. So
Yeah, I
we
think that's-
have the Housing Advisory Board, And you're going to read off, or what, how are we working this? You're
Sure,
going to
why
ask
don't
us
I
what
just-
our, okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, why don't I just explain a little bit about a little context and then explain how I propose that the vote take place.
Good.
So tonight we have appointments to the Housing Advisory Board, very important board of the town. You may recall that in June, we actually modified the bylaw for the Housing Advisory Board a bit to make it in conformance with the housing trust legislation that exists. Among other reasons, we added a select board ex officio member, which I believe select board member Hamilton is the member of that tab. So there's 8 total members now, 3 of them being ex officio members, member from the planning board, housing authority, and now the select board. And then there are 5 regular members, non ex officio, who are appointed by the select board. And there is some qualifications that are required. So among those 5 board members that the select board appoint, at least one of them, well, each of these criteria have to be met. At least one has to be a low or moderate income tenant with understanding of tenant issues. One has to be an expert in government housing programs. Another, a housing or real estate finance expert. Another, affordable housing development expert. Another, a person who is a professional in design or urban planning. And then finally, one person who is an expert in real estate law. So that does limit your consideration a little bit to make sure that all of those qualifications are met. There are 3 slots open for appointment this evening. This includes 2 expiring terms and a vacancy. Both of the incumbents for the expiring terms, Ms. McNally and Ms. Raitt, are both seeking reappointment, and 6 applicants, Ms. Brown, Ms. Goodman, Ms. Mautner, Ms. Pease, Mr. Pratt-Odo, and Ms. Sweet are seeking initial appointment. I think, I've created a little worksheet to help us, internal worksheet to help us make sure we understand all the qualifications so that any appointments will meet the bylaw. And that the only thing I would say about that is on my list, there's only one member, the current member, who's Ms. McNally, that I see meets the tenancy requirement. So that's a limitation on your consideration. So my thought was to simply ask each board member by roll to identify the 3 members that they would be interested in either reappointing or appointing to fill those 3 slots. Is that acceptable to everyone?
Sure.
Any questions about any of the process?
So we have to give you 3 names.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so I'll start. Just the way I'm seeing folks on my screen. Select Board Member Heller.
I vote for Rita McNally, for Jennifer Raitt, and Pam Goodman.
Thank you. Ms. Hamilton.
The exact same.
McNally, Raitt, and Goodman. Thank you. Mr. Van Scoyac.
And exact same, Rita McNally, Jennifer Raitt, and Pam Goodman.
Thank you. Mr. Green.
Rita McNally, she's a tenant representative, but she adds so much more than just being a tenant representative to the HAB. And then Jennifer Raitt and Pam Goodman. So I guess it's just like the others.
Okay, and Mr. Fernandez.
The thing, McNally, Raitt, and Rebecca Mautner.
Thank you. So all great candidates, obviously, great backgrounds. Must have been a very hard issue, but Ms. McNally and Raitt are reappointed, and Ms. Goodman is the new member. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Still on early before the hearing. You guys are really moving fast. So I'm going to ask Melissa if she can help take us through number 8, which is the warrant articles that we've already had public hearings for, And maybe we can take the easy ones up if there are any of those, Melissa.
Or isn't that 7 or is my
I think
agenda?
you're missing, I think you're one.
Oh, God, okay.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Goff.
So you should have received a memo from me describing the current status of warrant articles. And nothing has changed since I sent that. No, just kidding. Plenty of things have changed.
In your dreams.
Hey, this is not funny, Ms. Goff.
So the first item that you can take action on is warrant article 8, which is timely given what you just did with the HAB. In your folder and in your packet was the advisory committee motion. I don't think that there's any other changes other than that motion, and I believe that this came out of CTOS's review as well.
Okay, any discussion?
Is it for clarification? I know we received the memo from the chair of the HAB, Roger Blood, about a vote that they took. Is that consistent with the AC vote?
I believe it is.
Okay, and the AC vote is in our the special town meeting.
It should be in your packet and in the OneDrive folder.
OneDrive, yeah. Okay. So I move favorable action on the advisory committee amendment to warrant article number 8.
Can I just ask if there's if there's any feedback from the petitioners on these changes? Do we know? Or are they here to say?
I haven't received any. What we can do is, if you want to hold this vote and see if they are in the meeting, we can do that and move on to the easier stuff if you'd like.
Okay, let's do that. Come back afterwards. Who's going to find out if they're in the meeting and if they can come back to us?
I do see David raising his hands.
There we go.
Okay, so David, what do you have to say?
Well, all I have to say is that when it came to the Housing Advisory Board, the support was rousing and inspiring. Everybody's lined up behind the advisory committee, and C2S and HAB, they're all lined up, and I'm hoping that you guys will move forward. I think we've reached a convergence and consensus on this one.
Always great to hear. Thanks, David.
Okay, my motion is on the floor. Favorable action on the advisory committee amendment. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So 1 down. Next.
So the Article 12, the CPA. So the advisory committee amended the article to exempt the first 100,000 of taxable value from the CPA. That's the difference between the original motion as filed and what the advisory committee voted on.
And that applies just to residential property or all property?
Taxable value of each parcel of residential property.
Okay. So any discussion? Yeah.
If I may, you know, I'm conflicted about this because they didn't tell me when it was going before the AC, so I didn't have the privilege of being there for this discussion. As I understand it, you know, we already have a residential exemption, so this is kind of like double counting. I get that people are hurting right now. We're in the middle of basically a recession. But at some point, we're going to come out of the recession. And I really wish that I had been able to advocate at the AC for not doing this, because I do believe that it's tantamount to double counting the exemption. And I just strongly disagree with their version. So I would like to present our version, the version that the Land Bank Study Committee worked over a year on, to the full town meeting, and let town meeting be the judge.
You know, are the two exemptions the same? I mean, the residential exemption exempts 300 and some $1,000 from your tax value, whereas this would exempt $100,000 for purposes of calculating the CPA. Am I missing something there, or am I wrong?
Is David Lescoyer still on the line?
With his hand up.
Promoting him right now. Yep.
Thank you.
Hello. So we had a discussion about this at HAB, and they voted the original version, the version that Heather is favoring. This $100,000 exemption is, as Chairman Green says, it's a deduction from the surcharge. So it amounts to $10 a difference. The delta for every property is $10. Multiply that by the number of parcels, 16,000 or so, and you're looking at a revenue reduction of 160,000 out of 2.5 million. So I think the feeling for me, and I think for Linda Pelkey, members of the Land Bank Study Committee and HAB, that we'd rather have that 150,000 for CPA purposes, and it's not a meaningful bite for taxpayers. And that was actually the discussion that we had, as I recall, at Land Bank Study Committee as well.
Okay, so are you in favor of the 100,000 exemption?
No, I'm not in favor of
Not
that
in favor. Okay.
because it's not going to really make any difference taxpayer by taxpayer. The delta's a little bit less than $10, but when you add up all of those, it does take a bite out of the revenue that's substantial, about 160,000
Per year.
per year. Right.
Okay. Yeah, per year coming into us, but I mean, for
Exactly.
the homeowner, it's just whenever they sell. I mean,
It's $10.
I mean, I guess that's an important distinction, because I mean, it's not relevant to the existing residential exemption amount, but.
No, it works differently. They're both called residential exemptions, but one, as you say, is taking a big chunk off the assessed value before the levy is applied. This one is of the 1%, reducing by the equivalent of 100,000. It's $9.54 according to this year's rate. It's laid out in the explanation. I mean, Harold Peterson did all of the calculations for that.
So an individual seller of a piece of property would get a reduction of $9 and whatever you said.
And that's not just seller. It's every year on your property tax bill. I mean, for every quarter, it'd be like $2.50 difference every year for every quarter.
Okay, I'm talking about the $100,000 exemption.
I think we're talking past each other. I think Bernard is assuming that this is a transfer tax, that it's activated when there's a sale. I think what David's talking about is the yearly property tax that's paid.
Yeah, this is a surcharge on the property tax.
Okay.
So this isn't a transfer tax, Bernard.
No.
Okay, what do other board members think?
I'm supportive of this in the original form. I think it's too bad that Brookline didn't jump on this CPA bandwagon earlier, because depending upon the number of communities that are involved, the reimbursement from the state goes down. Nevertheless, it's still worth doing. We have already missed out on some money from the state, but let's not miss out on any more. And I think that the advisory committee amendment, while well-intentioned, has really very, very little impact on the individual taxpayer. I mean, you could give up just a little bit of Starbucks and pay for this. It's not a tough thing, but it means a lot to the town. We will be able to do a lot with that money, including funding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, as well as many other things. So I'm all for it.
I'll just add briefly that I agree with Heather on this too. Let's move it forward. Maybe the AC will come around to our position. If not, we'll sort it out at town meeting.
And it's not without its exemptions. We do have 2 exemptions that were available to us for the most vulnerable seniors and people who are income qualified. But this general residential exemption, I believe, is already taken into account by the assessments themselves.
And the other exemptions are targeted to the people that really are feeling the burden of property taxes the most. This is across the board exemption, so it's not an efficient exemption in the tax policy frame.
Got it.
I'm
Okay.
also with Heather on this. You know, if it's double counting, then we don't need it.
Okay. Ms. Hamilton, you'd like to make a motion?
I move that we adopt the Land Bank Study Committee's version.
Okay, all in favor? Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Venskoyak?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Okay, the next is Article 13. There are a few versions of Article 13. I believe that Nancy had filed something, at least Nancy, I heard it was from you, that it was it's entitled Possible Additional Amendments in your OneDrive folder. I know that John Doggett had moved some language, and that is also in your OneDrive folder. And it's a PDF document that's dated today, warrant Article 13 amendment and explanation -JD. I think that's also in your packet. So I believe that is what the advisory committee will be looking at as well. They're going to be meeting later on today.
Susan Granoff's senior tax exemption?
Yes.
Okay. So I did suggest last week that the look back period be at least 5 years, similar to Medicaid and Medicare. And she didn't seem opposed to that. I've subsequently thought about this issue a lot, and I'm bothered by the fact that basically what we're doing, if we approve this, is allowing certain seniors, income qualified ones who have very few assets, just their house, to not to pay certain property tax. And, you know, I could totally get why that's a good idea. The problem is that it doesn't, this warrant article, as I understand it, doesn't have a payback for when the elderly person who's no longer living in the home, no longer in Brookline, or has passed away and has a house that's a valuable asset, and we're not putting a lien on it, we're not capturing that money, and that seems to me to be a bit unfair to other taxpayers in the town, and who in essence are picking up the burden. And I can think of 2 ways to correct this problem. One is to specify that a lien will be added, and when the property is sold or transferred by death, that the town will have a lien on the property. And the second, and I had begun to explore this with one of our banks in town, and I haven't gotten any answers yet, but there are reverse mortgages, and I'm wondering whether we could encourage the banks in Brookline, our local banks, to engage in a program of reverse mortgages for this small group of people. And perhaps those reverse mortgages could be at very, very low interest rates. They could be targeted for the amount of the taxes. And then when the property is either sold or transferred through death, then though that reverse mortgage would be paid off. So in either way, the would not pose a burden on other taxpayers in the town. And I think it's a much fairer way to do things. It does not, in essence, benefit the heirs of the person who is passing away. We have no idea whether those heirs are income qualified or whatever. And it seems to me that that's kind of the fairest way to do it. So I'm not prepared to vote in favor of this particular version until I see some changes and some scheme whereby the tax is eventually paid back when the property is sold or transferred due to death.
By the way, this is an article that a few people wanted to speak on since we are reconsidering. Do we
need a motion to reconsider first? Okay.
So I think the petitioner has asked that we wait because she's currently at the advisory committee talking about the same changes.
Okay. Why don't we wait? And I apologize for not noticing.
I think, Devin, I know that Harold from the Board of Assessors was here. I just want to make sure that he would still be available if we deferred this to later on, or if here we may want to just hear from him while he's available on his position on the motions.
Okay, Mr. Peterson.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
As I understand, my name was mentioned in discussion of this some time ago, and I really would appreciate the chance to clarify my role here. And that first, I was a member of the Senior Tax Committee of 4 years ago, of the Override Study Committee 3 years ago, recently of the Land Bank Committee. And that brings us to the Moderators Committee, where I have attended a majority of the meetings as a liaison with the Assessor's Office. And in that role, I indicated certain problems which I believe the assessors would have in implementing the legislation. And I suggested alternatives that might meet the need for tax relief for some without increasing taxes on others.
It's different on that.
I'd like, if you can grant me the time, to address both of these issues.
Yes, go ahead.
First, concerning implementation. In section 1 of the proposed act, we have the language, there shall be an exemption from the property tax equal to the amount of the tax that would otherwise be assessed without this exemption, less the sum of, and so on. To determine the amount of the exemption, the assessors would need to know the amount of the tax that would otherwise be assessed. And to know that, we would need to know the tax rate. But to determine the tax rate, we need to know the exemption amounts that would be shifted to other taxpayers. There's a circularity here that is not easily resolved. We need the tax rate to determine the amount of the exemptions, and we need the amount of the exemptions to determine the tax rate. Now in Sudbury, this is solved by first establishing a tentative tax rate and then working with it through a series of successive approximations, defining the tax rate that resolves the issue. Now we could do that in Brookline as well, but it could only be done once the select board has already determined the residential exemption and the CIP shift. And we could then develop an algorithm to solve the problem, but resources would be required. And the tax classification hearing would be more complicated than it is now. The second problem is the language of the first section of sentence 2. The Board of Assessors may deny an application if they find the applicant has excessive assets that place them outside of the intended recipients of the senior exemption created by this act. But the proposed act gives no guidance as to what kind or amount of assets would be considered excessive. And it does not provide clear guidance as to who are the intended recipients when it comes to their asset holdings. The question is, to what extent should the exemption be given to taxpayers who are income poor but asset rich? And how should the assessors make that judgment? And if assets are large but offset by debts, so that net assets are not large, are those assets excessive? In my judgment, the assessors need to have very clear guidelines with respect to this exemption, as we do for other exemptions we administer. Clearer guidelines with less discretion granted to assessors lead to lower staffing requirements and far less controversy. Third problem is the sequence of steps to be taken when the taxpayer with a mortgage applies for a tax deferral. This would be required in administering the act. Under current practice, this requires making every effort to get the mortgage holder to sign off on accepting the junior lien, and the assessors and the applicant have a mutual interest in making this happen. If the applicant genuinely wants the deferral, the banker will lead towards signing off if the bank has adequate equity protection and is permitted to do so by law. But under this act, if the applicant for the deferral wants the deferral to be denied so as to receive the exemption, and the banker realizes that it's in the financial interest of the customer to be denied, then the incentives are far different. The assessors would need to feel assured that the applicant has made every effort to get the mortgage holder to sign off, but the applicant would have every incentive to prevent this from happening. In short, the assessors would need to devote resources to developing clear guidelines concerning excessive assets, evaluating applications, including checking with mortgage holders, resolving controversies, and preparing for the annual classification hearing. It's difficult to put a number on the budgetary implications of the need for additional resources, but resources would be required. Now, if you like, I'll say a few words about alternatives for dealing with the problem. And this builds on what Select Board Member Heller was just talking about. These are options which would neither require new resources for administration, nor shift the tax burden from some taxpayers to others. To me, the question is whether we might be able to expand access to the tax deferral, which is the preferred outcome of a majority of the Moderators Committee, as well as that of the previous Senior Tax Committee. Problem has been posed as follows. Under federal law, a mortgage holder must have first lien on the property, whereas under state law, the town must have the first lien. I make three observations. First, it's my understanding that the federal law applies to mortgages issued with a federal insurance program with the intention of selling them into the secondary market. I do not believe it applies to conventional mortgages held in-house by a local bank. Though I concede I have not seen the statute on which the Moderators Committee relied. I can tell you that within the past year, a Brookline taxpayer with a conventional mortgage applied for a tax deferral, and the local bank signed off so that we were able to grant the deferral. It is quite clear that the local bank was not constrained from doing so. Second, as Select Person Heller indicated, state law does not require the town to have a first lien over all mortgage holders. The town is permitted under current law to grant a tax deferral to someone who has a reverse mortgage, even though the reverse mortgage holder continues to have a first lien. Indeed, the assessors granted one of these in the past year as well. This means that the taxpayer in the group identified for assistance, that a taxpayer could elect to take out a reverse mortgage with just enough debt to pay off the existing one, could then receive a tax deferral, and could pay off the mortgage, the reverse mortgage, as early as would have been the case with the conventional one. Third, if the mortgage does have a first lien requirement and a reverse mortgage is not desirable, the homeowner with a mortgage may have the option to downsize, pay off the mortgage, and secure a tax deferral. May not be the preferred option to the person seeking relief, but it might be better than asking others who might be equally stressed to pay more in taxes. There are ways for at least some homeowners with a conventional mortgage, and quite possibly most of those in their targeted group, to gain access to a tax deferral without any change in Massachusetts law. Now let's look at legislative change. If we do choose that route, then we have an option which would provide relief without shifting taxes from one group to another. Why not ask the legislature to permit the town to take a junior lien to any mortgage holder, provided there's adequate equity protection, as it does now to holders of reverse mortgages. When the law concerning tax deferrals was written, virtually all mortgages were issued by local banks and were held in-house. It was easy to locate the mortgage holder and to seek first lien release, which would be routinely granted if there was adequate equity protection. Legislative relief, I suggest, would recognize changes in the mortgage market since then, and it would provide the same standard to all mortgages that it does now to reverse mortgages. Why would that not be attractive to the legislature? It's beyond me. Finally, I believe it's of interest to ask how many seniors who are already stressed by the high cost of housing in Brookline would be adversely impacted by the tax shift being proposed. In an effort to find out what I could, I did a study this past April on housing and income in Brookline, which I shared with this select board and with the chair of the Moderators Committee. I found that Brookline has some 2,200 elderly households who are housing stressed and that they pay more than 30% of their income for housing. 1,200 of these are owners and 1,000 are renters. Numbers are based on data gathered by the U.S. Bureau of the Census over a 5-year rolling survey, 2014 to 2018. Since that time, Brookline tax bills have risen at 5% a year, while the incomes of most seniors have risen by much less if they've risen at all. Stress of paying these taxes has almost certainly risen since the time of data gathering. At least 1,100 of the 1,200 elderly homeowners who are already housing stressed will be asked to pay a bit more in order to provide substantial relief to an estimated 100. I would expect that many of those 1,100 need relief at least as much as those who would receive it. And how much is a bit more in being asked to pay a bit more? 0.25% may not sound like much, but it could well be the breaking point when added to the new normal of 5%. Moreover, under the proposed act, in the second year, it could be as much as 1% added to the normal of 5%. Then it would begin to seem like real money. Thank you.
Thank you. So Any of the other petitioner, any of the petitioners?
So they're reviewing this right now at the advisory committee. I actually told Bob that we would let him know when we are back on. We can move on to other items. We also are at the 7 o'clock hour where we can start our public hearings. And I believe that the petitioner for Article 14, I thought I saw him he's here. So we could start the public hearings.
Why don't we start the public hearings and get back to the votes later on? Okay, on Article 14, tobacco. Yes, Mr. Van Scoyac.
Yes, just real quickly, I just wanted to say to Harold, thank you. And I also wanted to say, Harold, I hope that you can also share your wisdom with the advisory committee since they are still discussing this right now. So perhaps we can all come together on it in an agreement if you share that same wisdom with the advisory committee who are meeting right now. And thank you.
Okay, warrant Article 14. Do we have the petitioners here? Okay.
Yes.
Anthony Ishak.
Yeah, I'm just unmuting and taking out the video. Okay. I think everyone can hear me now, pretty much.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you guys again. I am the the primary petitioner for warrant Article 14, along with 3 other residents of Brookline and town meeting members. The primary goal of warrant Article 14 as it comes to you now is to change the age for sales so that it would basically restrict the sale of tobacco to anyone who was born prior to January 1, 2000. So basically anyone who already has the right to purchase tobacco will not be impacted by this article change. So this is a novel concept. It hasn't come before yet in the US, but there's a lot of momentum towards it. It's what's called the tobacco-free generation proposal. The reason there's a lot of momentum for it is for a couple of different reasons. One, it's an incremental change, so it doesn't tend to cause a blunt effect to businesses. Basically, as it stands right now, any user as of this moment would not be impacted unless they choose on their own to stop purchasing tobacco. So in other words, it does not take the right away for anyone who already has the right to purchase tobacco. 2, it provides some type of route and planning for businesses. Because in other words, since this would start, say it passes town meeting and Attorney General signs it, the earliest it would impact would be next year, which again would be people who have not yet obtained the right to purchase tobacco. So it would not impact businesses even for next year. So their sales would not be impacted. But incrementally over time, they would be able to plan for the fact that fewer and fewer people would be able to purchase tobacco in the town and thus adjust their business model to fit. Brookline has always been at the forefront of tobacco legislation in the state, going back to 1995 when they banned smoking indoors, 2012 when they banned tobacco sales in pharmacies, 2014 when they raised to age 21, 2017 when they capped the number of licenses, and 2019 when they banned flavored tobacco, about 6 months ahead of the state. So I recognize this is a novel concept. That's not anything that Brookline is not used to doing. One of the primary concerns that comes up with this is, actually, there's a couple that really have been brought up. One, which I think I've addressed, is potentially taking away the right for someone to purchase tobacco. Well, right now, this does not impact anyone who has that right. 2, there's the concern that this would potentially fuel the illicit market. This also is unfounded. If you look over time, anytime restrictions have been passed, users and utilization of tobacco have decreased, basically indicating that as we've passed things, people quit smoking. 3 was the concern of potential impact to businesses. Again, one of the things that I highlight strongly is this does not impact any current customer right now, any of the 3,200 people who purchase tobacco in our town. So in terms of potential business impact, especially during the pandemic, this would not impact them. Especially when you consider that with the flavor restriction passing last year, no business closed because of that. So our businesses are in a position right now to be able to adjust accordingly and to be able to work their way forward, knowing that there would be a consistent date, and then they could just incrementally account for it. What about burden to business owners? Well, they already are supposed to be carding and identifying people who are in their 20s and 30s and potentially look like they're in their 20s. So this would not increase the burden of business owners. They would already be carding and IDing people that they've done before. Incrementally over time, it will probably decrease, right? As less people purchase tobacco, there's going to be less people asking for it, less need to identify them or check their ID. This also isn't anything new. Trader Joe's IDs almost everyone who purchases alcohol. Wegmans, I think, has a policy up to 35 that they ID everyone. And small businesses in Western Mass, I've seen just this past weekend, also have some have a policy of IDing anyone who looks like they're younger than 40. Basically, the last couple of things I wanted to summarize before I see if you have any questions is, what we've seen is most people who start smoking regret it and they wish they could stop. 70% of smokers or tobacco users want to stop. In fact, the age group that is usually the first starters, 73% of people between the ages of 25 and 44 also regret it and wish to stop. This is just meant to be another novel step in terms of helping to reduce our smoking rate and our tobacco user rate in the town, with hopefully minimal impact on the businesses in terms of impacting their ability to survive during this time, but also stabilizing it so that over the course of time, they will be able to adjust and change their business model. It shouldn't add any workload to the town itself because this would not impact permits. It would not impact people having to check the retailers and businesses, so it would not increase random checks. The potential impact is updating the signage. So instead of saying anyone under 21, it would say anyone born on or after January 2000 would need to be updated as far as the signage. But that would be the potential impact. When this was presented to the Small Business Committee and the business groups, this was presented with a different age range. This has been adjusted to address their concerns accordingly. So the hope is that by adjusting this, this will be something that's easier for businesses, but still achieving the public health goal of decreasing tobacco use over the course of time.
Okay, thank you. I see Dr. Jett is here. Do you have anything to add to this, Dr. Jett?
Yes, good evening, Select Board, and everybody else on. Dr. Swanee Jett, Health Commissioner, Brookline Public Health. The first thing I want to say is this one article was not brought before myself and vetted properly. Second, it wasn't brought before ACPH, which we would have identified several issues that related to public health. The first thing I would just give you an overview. Number one, this is a novel concept and it has been properly vetted. So we don't have the research on this. Some of the things that we ask petitioners before they bring something before us is that they have to highlight some of the current issues, do a statement of the problem. And some of the things that, you know, we identify with any one article that comes and relates to public health is number one, identify how big of the problem it is in Brookline. And so when you look at smoking in Brookline, it's not as big as marijuana and it's not as big as alcohol, which these two things are still legal in Brookline and in surrounding communities. We do not know what are the social determinants of health and how it would impact Brookline. There is no other similar policy, so we have nothing that would be ingrained to tell us the impact on Brookline. Also, just like with tobacco that was passed by the state, so that helped tremendously. But let me remind you, if we have a policy that is just exclusive to inclusive of Brookline and exclusive to anybody else, that doesn't stop anybody from going to Washington Street or any other street and purchasing tobacco. Some of the other elements is, what population specifically does this harm? It will impact Brookline Health Department because we do tobacco control. We do go and do surveillance and compliance checks, and there is no funding source for this. And right now, we have one person that covers 7 towns, and the position is grant funded. So that's one of the other aspects. When I go further down, when we see a negative impact in the population, we don't know. There is no research on this. Will it be unintended consequences that we can anticipate by this policy? We don't know because the petitioner hasn't done due research on this. What is the public health action that we're trying to achieve, and will we see results? Just like with the previous one article that was presented, we still don't have any data, and anything that is presented today is national data. It's not specific to Brookline. And so, myself and ACPH, we have had brief conversations about, will this have an impact on jurisdiction? Yeah, just have an impact on Brookline, and it would hurt small business, but it would not do anything towards moving toward our goal. Some of the other things that should be considered is, is it fair to look at, we targeted tobacco in this instance and not sell it to the youth? Well, at this point, it'd be adults, but we're still selling marijuana and other products. Then we never really looked at, how would this impact health disparities? Because we know in some of our communities, we still have high usage among African-American people. Well, we can't account for that because the petitioner hasn't done that research anyway. And then what will we do in terms of impact if we do find these equity issues in Brookline? We don't really know that. And also, the stakeholders wasn't properly surveyed. So anytime something that does anything with public health, such as when Clip Richmond presents something on environmental, one of the requests is we ask that the petitioners do a survey and present that survey of the evidence to the broader community. That has not been done. Will this upstand a legal challenge? We don't know because that information hasn't been properly vetted. And I think Johnson has chimed in and talked about some issues concerning it. And then, will the town incur any costs? And we really don't know that. So, my recommendation is that, we don't move forward with this because we don't have enough information about this, and we don't know enough about the impacts of it. And it's been done too soon, and it hasn't been properly vetted.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to second Dr. Jett's comments, which are basically process comments. In other words, before the health department, public health department, would like to see warrant articles or other actions going forward, they'd like them to go through a process where they're presented to the health department and vetted. By the same token, I think EDAB noted that there was no outreach to the business community and the businesses that would be impacted by this, which is a really serious defect in the process. I mean, the people who are impacted by this need to be part of the discussion, part of the discussion. And I guess I'd add one other thing. We always talk about looking at things through a racial equity lens. Has that been used in this situation in terms of who are the small businesses that would be impacted, and are they primarily businesses of immigrant families, people of color, et cetera? So I think there's a big process issue here that Dr. Jett has raised, and there's many aspects to it.
Can I
Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you. So a couple things. My understanding of the process is if there's a board that would like to hear about a particular warrant article, they invite the petitioners to come in, not necessarily the other way around. And so I'm just thinking, like, if the Advisory Council on Public Health, which I think they should weigh in on this, I'd love for them to. I think they need to invite the petitioner in. I don't know, like I don't know that it's tradition for petitioners to invite themselves to have their warrant articles vetted by various boards. So Small Business Development Committee thought that this was something that they wanted to hear about and invited Mr. Ishak in to come talk about and then took a vote on it. The other piece that I'm wondering is, I know this is novel, but aren't there municipalities that have actually banned tobacco outright? And can't we learn a lot from the after effects of those bans? Is that not enough information for us to make a decision about whether or not something that's less than an outright ban, what impacts that would have?
So
I don't know.
thank you, Select Board. So first, you're correct. The petitioners are strongly encouraged, if you have something that's going to impact a particular area, it's upon them or the board to invite them. But the first process is they have to go through that department head and properly vet it if it's going to have an impact on that department head. And every petitioner in the past have used that method. And if that method was used in this term, then I would have been able to supply the proper materials to the ACPH and say, hey, there's warrant articles out there. But what happens in this process, and it happened before, it goes through this vetting process through everybody else. And then AC might vote on it and Select Board might vote on it. But then nobody heard from ACPH because they skirted around coming to the public health experts in the field, where we could have weighed in and could have given more direction and would have said this process hasn't been properly vetted and there's no research to really show the impact. It's a protection mechanism for the town so the town is not sued. We also make sure we check with town council on it, and then we check with the town administration's office to look at the fiduciary impact. Second question that you had, there was one community that did pass it, and with any new law, you have to collect the appropriate data, and the data is not out to show that if it had impact, negative or positive at this point.
There are not more communities that have passed an outright ban on tobacco?
No.
No. So I'll just say I'd certainly be interested before taking my own vote, hearing from the Advisory Council on Public Health on this issue personally.
Yeah,
So
Mr. Isaac?
the statement that I gave was already vetted through the Advisory Council. We have guidelines on our website of everything that we've outlined, and what I gave tonight was their opinion as well.
Okay, Mr. Isaac?
So they did reach out. I did accept on behalf of the other petitioners the hearing, and then Dr. Jett canceled it 23 hours before. And part of the reason that was canceled was he requested us as a petitioners to survey the 17 businesses. This was after we had the small business meeting and the Eat Back committee meeting. So businesses had weighed in. Our understanding was we were going to the Department of Public Health, bringing up the public health issues, and that the business issues were being addressed by these other committees. Two, at no point prior to canceling did he ask, was the survey filled out and would I be addressing those questions during the hearing? I and the petitioners would be glad to go before the Department of Public Health and to discuss it with them and make it, make it a conversation. To Raul's point, Malibu, Manhattan Beach was the second place to cancel tobacco or to pass a ban on all tobacco products. So they're the second town to do it behind Beverly Hills. There are other towns that have passed restrictions to where tobacco could be sold in 21 and over stores, but they don't allow 21 and over stores in their town. So in theory, they banned the sale of tobacco. I think I've sent ahead literature summarizing a lot of the points that have been brought up before. This is certainly nothing new that a town passes it, stuff moves up the level to the state level. I'm not concerned that if this passes that other towns wouldn't follow. In talking with other people who helped me do this, this is one of those things that if it passes is going to greatly expedite things because it has such a minimal impact on businesses because it does not impact anyone who's currently purchasing tobacco and is incremental over the years in terms of just slowly preventing new users from access to tobacco.
So I just want one point of clarification. The ACPH canceled the meeting because we put our ACPH guidelines on presenting to us and the process that you have to follow, which is a one page with a lot of questions where you have to do due diligence and research. So none of that, and we talked about this last year, and I explained what the process was. The same questions that's in the ACPH guidelines was presented to the petitioner last year. Again, we modified this warrant article. Again, none of these questions have been answered. They must be answered so that we have the appropriate impact. We cannot continue to scratch out warrant articles without properly doing the research and vetting. It doesn't, even though it might be a novel process, but we don't understand the total impact of it, nor on our department either, which tends to be a problem.
Yeah, by the way, that requirement is something that should be required of all warrant articles, no matter what the subject. But anyway, Mr. Van Scoyoc.
Just a comment. I'm not going to weigh in on this process question, which has been, actually, I think it's been really beneficial to hear this process decision, that question discussed. And so I hope people will think about the points that were made in the process discussion, because I think it does apply. I agree with Bernard Green that we need to look at the process that is followed across the board in terms of how articles end up coming before town meeting and whether we can improve it by incorporating the departments and the boards that support the departments more effectively in that process. Putting that aside, I'm ready, if we were taking a vote tonight on this, I'm ready to vote no. And the reason is that I don't think there is any question about the public health detriment of smoking. And there is, in fact, I don't think any question about the need to treat young people differently than older adults when it comes to access to cigarettes and tobacco. If they don't start, it can save them health problems for their entire life. So a different sort of restriction for young people so that they don't start makes a lot of sense. On the other hand, where adults are concerned, mature adults are concerned, there's any number of behaviors that have detrimental health effects. Alcohol is one. A case can be made, frankly, that marijuana is one. Obviously, there are benefits too, but we just, there's a level of acceptance that at the age of adulthood, we make certain decisions about our health, and there's a limit to how much we can sort of improve the decisions that are made by adults by creating prohibitions. And in this case, not only do I have a question as to whether adults should be prohibited just because it's got bad health effects, but I have that other question, which is even stronger in my mind. This is not the time to be doing anything with this measure or any other measure within reason that is deleterious to local commercial retail establishments. Frankly, we're lucky to have the ones that are still thriving and still surviving, and the convenience stores are part of that. And I just would not be able to bring myself at this point, without a much stronger case than this, to do this kind of, take this kind of action to the detriment of the survival of the convenience stores.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I see that Ms. Silva is waiting to speak. Do you want to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you, Bernard. So I just, I'm a co-petitioner on this, and I just have a couple of quick points I wanted to make. One is that, I mean, I think Anthony covered the ground well, but there is a tobacco institute at Northeastern Law School that is prepared to defend anything that were to come before the town. So I'm just saying, what they have been involved in the process of this warrant article. They've supported it. And I don't think that there is a claim here, and I actually don't think that that's what town council said. I think town council, a back and forth was had about certain language choices with the people from the Mass Municipal Association who are also supporting us. And I think town council decided there's probably not an issue here. There are dry towns. There are dry towns for alcohol and there are dry towns for tobacco. So that is a thing. This is a very kind of slow approach. I mean, slow as in would take decades to arrive at a dry town. But it does take a position that everybody who is now a minor, everybody is now should not be accessing tobacco, will never access it in Brookline. But it doesn't take tobacco away from anyone who can currently access it in Brookline. So it's actually a very elegant, incredibly snail-paced, incremental approach to what is understood to be a very, very significant public health problem. The subcommittee, the public health subcommittee of the AC did support this. I wasn't at the AC hearing, so I don't know what happened there. But as somebody who has kind of stuck with, as I know everyone here has, the march forward of tobacco regulation in Brookline, I have to say, I think we've passed many, much, much bigger warrant articles than this one. I think this is actually a much smaller warrant article than the one we did last year. So I'm a little puzzled, although I would agree with Mr. Van Scoyac that, you know, we're tired. People, I mean, this is a very, very difficult time, and I understand those issues and bandwidth issues. And so I mean, I understand this is a very unique time. So, but I don't think this warrant article is, I think this warrant article is less than what we typically do in these things. And I just think about, it's smaller than much of the Tommy Vitola march forward. So I just want to get that out there. I want to say that on the, and again, with all due respect to Dr. Jett, who is a professional and who is the a department head, the survey that he sent us, you know, to fill out in order to have the hearing required as a condition of hearing a bunch of original research that would have to be done in Brookline. And I know from last year that he did not want to accept research that had happened in other towns or in other jurisdictions or in other places on a variety of different issues, because if they hadn't been conducted in Brookline, they didn't apply to Brookline. And so I want to say that as you guys have had this back and forth where Bernard and John are saying, well, I like the idea of committees requiring this kind of research. It's a really new idea that a department would require that kind of original research before anything could be done through our town meeting process. I mean, we're not a city. This is warrant articles are how this stuff gets done. And I think that's quite a, you know, I would encourage you before you vote to look at the series of things that Dr. Jett was requiring before you could even get a hearing, and just see the level of original research that was being required. And I just think it's, you know, I mean, it isn't that all that research wouldn't be great. It's that it's more than is typically done in Brookline when making this kind of decision. I want to say that what went before EDAB was a very different warrant article. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that what went before EDAB was the prohibition of the purchase of tobacco for anyone born after 1975. So they really were not looking at this year by year, you know, taking out as people grow older, year by year, a set of tobacco users. And so I just want to put that out there. There is research, of course, it's not Brookline based, but there is research that when you remove tobacco from a jurisdiction, you do reduce the amount of users in the jurisdiction, including people quitting you. And so there's some Canadian research on that. And hopefully Anthony can share that with you if you guys want that research. But it does, in other words, even in local jurisdictions, the removal of tobacco has a downward effect on tobacco usage, and that's good. I want to speak finally to two other issues that have come up. One is about equity regarding who buys tobacco. And so I just want to say about that,
By the way, the equity issue is not who buys it, but who sells it.
yeah, I understand. I want to just speak to the question of who buys it because it came up when we did the last warrant article. And that's just to say that that tobacco is not a gift, you know, so the use of tobacco is not a gift, and that people who use tobacco don't want to be using it by and large. It's addictive. And that's why people use it. People who do not start using tobacco under 21, 2, 3, 4, never use it. It is a drug that people become addicted to when they are minors. But you do not get new tobacco users at age 25. Ask the tobacco industry is getting crushed by that fact, right? So there is something very, I don't know, I think stylized or idealized about the libertarian vision of, comparing tobacco use, thinking of tobacco use as some, just an adult product that involves choices. Highly addictive, very much more addictive than cannabis. And I think everybody on this panel knows where I stand on the public health aspects of cannabis. But, tobacco is far, far more addictive than cannabis. And so I think that's the libertarian argument is, again, I'm a law professor. I know from libertarian arguments, but it really is not that strong an argument in the context of a product that people start when they're minors and become addicted to. I think this is a very, very modest warrant article. It moves the age up starting at age 21, 1 year every year.
Okay.
Very, very modest.
So, Mr. Chair, I just have one thing to say, one rebuttal. So the petitioner is correct in the fact that no department head or committee has ever went to this in depth of a process. And to me, that's just a fallacy in the process. Right. And we have noticed, myself and ACPH, that we're trying to vet these documents. We understood that the research wasn't done. In fact, we were just crossing our lines and changed the language of warrant articles, which didn't offer due prudence to the impact of it. So I'm a proponent and have always passed tobacco legislation in different communities. And I have done this type of research before, and I would go on campaigns around the communities and show the results of why. So I would get the voters on my side in order to vote for this. But I had the data to back it up and the research to back it up. So there was without a shadow of doubt that I had the localized reason why I wanted to pass something in a particular entity, so that if it went to court, it would stand up to the Attorney General if anybody else challenged it. And that's the part of the warrant article process. So they don't get knocked down, but the petitioner has done their research and they provide the evidence of what has occurred at the local level so that it's in plain sight. And that goes from anybody passing any type of law. Laws have to be properly vetted and researched. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Silva, I also want to mention that last year during the early run-up to town meeting on fossil fuel-free warrant article, our previous sustainability administrator required the type of vetting of the article and going through the research that Dr. Jett is talking about. So this is nothing new. And as he said, even if it was something new, it's something that we should implement across the board.
But I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry, but that is research on the impact of, we know what the impact of tobacco is. This is not, we don't need to reinvent all of that. And we know that removing tobacco from jurisdictions reduces tobacco use. Yeah. So the question is, are we able to find the impact it would have in Brookline? That's that's a different ask. And this is also just a much smaller warrant article than that fossil fuel.
Right.
Warrant
But
articles are huge.
the process was what's important. Can I go to, I think another one of your petitioners, Brian Fojtik? I think he wants to speak.
Are you opening the public hearing, Chair Green?
Yeah, we opened it a little while ago. I thought I did.
I'm here now. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Select Board members. My name is Brian Foydick, and I testify today on behalf of the National Association of Tobacco Outlets, a retail trade association representing over 60,000 stores, including several in Brookline. I testify in opposition to warrant 14, and I'll outline some of the reasons why. And I do appreciate the age change since several weeks ago. First, both the federal government and Massachusetts have recently taken significant actions, and these changes should be allowed time to work before adopting a proposal with limited or few benefits and many negative unintended consequences. The federal government raised the legal age of purchase for tobacco products to 21. Additionally, the FDA has taken steps to ban the sale of flavored pod products and pulled flavored disposable products from the market. And just last month, we reached an FDA PMTA deadline that has resulted in many products being removed from the market, with many more to follow as FDA processes applications. Additionally, as you know, the Commonwealth has raised the age of purchase to 21 and banned the sale of flavored tobacco and vapor products. There's simply no valid reason or need to raise the legal age to buy tobacco products beyond age 21. Such a policy will yield few, if any, benefits and will simply inconvenience older adults. It is as likely to harm public health outcomes as it is to benefit them. It will close some local businesses, cause people to lose jobs, encourage illicit markets, reduce product safety with no recourse for victims, increase crime, and increase conflicts with law enforcement that have sometimes led to unfortunate outcomes. There's no rational basis to believe that such a policy would significantly reduce consumption, and there are years of verifiable data to demonstrate that adult consumers will simply travel to communities outside Brookline to purchase products. Consumers won't just purchase tobacco products outside Brookline, but market research demonstrates they will also make ancillary purchases, food, beverage, motor fuel, grocery, household items outside Brookline. The exodus of consumers out of Brookline to purchase tobacco and ancillary products will harm Brookline and its residents, be devastating for businesses and employees, most of whom were just this year designated as essential businesses and essential workers, critical to the nation's fundamental infrastructure by both the US and Commonwealth governments during the pandemic. On behalf of these Brookline retailers and our Brookline members, and in the interest of good public policy, we respectfully request that you reject this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, and I apologize for listing you as a petitioner. That was my mistake.
No problem.
Made clear that it was wrong. Okay. Anyone else looking to make a comment? Devin?
At this time, John Scher has raised his hand. I'm going to promote John to a panelist.
Okay.
John, you've been promoted and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure my video wasn't on because I'm not looking my best. Good evening, everybody. I've submitted written comments and and you have them. And so I won't bore you with repeating what those are. There was just something that Anthony said that really kind of bothered me, and I want to address it. You know, when he talks about, well, no stores have closed since the menthol ban. You know, I went on LinkedIn, Anthony, and it says you're an ambulatory clinical pharmacist. And so thank you for what you do, of course. But I wonder how many convenience store owners Anthony's actually gone into and spoken with. I wonder how many he even knows. I wonder how many people he's spoken to about the sacrifices that they've had to make and the jobs that they've had to cancel, the changes to their families that they've had to incur because of the lost revenue from the June 1st menthol ban, which incidentally has had no effect, which I won't even get into. But if you'd like to talk with me about it, you can find me on my website. I'll tell you all about it. And so it's really bothersome to me because I do spend my days dealing with independent operators and chain operators. And for the past 20 years of my career, I've worked with them. I've invested in them. I've helped them grow their businesses. And so I do know how hard they work and how difficult it is to make a living in that industry. It is a high volume, tiny margin business, every single thing that they sell. So, you know, when you sit there and you talk about how no stores have closed, I don't even know if that's true, first of all. That's quite a claim. But I cannot sit here and tell you that it is true or it isn't. And I wouldn't make the same claim that Anthony made. But what I will tell you is that they have struggled in the last 5 months. I know because I hear from them. And I'll be sure to let Anthony know as soon as they start closing. All right, so don't take it lightly. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else raising their hand?
At this time, there are 33 attendees and no one has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a further comment.
Okay, any further discussion from the board?
Well, I'll weigh in here. You know, I understand that the difficulties of the business community has around this. But if I step back and look at this from a 10,000-foot view, you know, overview, you have to say to yourself, okay, what are we trying to prevent here? What action are we trying to achieve? And we're really trying to achieve public health. We're trying to achieve individual health outcome, better health outcomes for many individuals. But it's also a matter of an overall good to the community, because right now, many people who smoke don't have decent insurance, don't have the health coverage they should have. They end up in hospital because they're very ill from very many things. And those hospital bills are passed along to the rest of us. So our financial health is impacted. The community is at large is impacted. And in some ways you could say, well, you know, we don't want to mandate outcomes for you know, adults. Well, yeah, we don't generally, but the things that affect everybody else, it seems to me, are things we should be looking at. Just as we look at mask wearing to prevent COVID. We know that there are many people who say, well, I don't want to wear a mask, you know, I'm not going to get it, I'm not, blah, 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 blah. But in fact, they may get it themselves or they may pass it on to others. And in the same way, I mean, cigarettes, you don't pass the addiction on to others, but you do pass the burden on to others, the burden of caring for you. And, you know, so I think that whatever we can do to reduce tobacco use in this country is a good thing. I would be for an all-out ban because it is so pernicious. Would we allow these grocery stores to sell cyanide or, you know, some horrible poisons? No, of course not. But this is a poison. It really is. It is a poison. And I would like the businesses to retool and think of ways that they can remain in business and be healthy while not carrying products that harm people. And I think that is possible. I do. So I'm going to support this. I have reservations about how about the process issues that Dr. Jett talked about. And, you know, I would like to see us do better in the future. But I do think that overall, we need to do as much as we can to protect the public, both the broader public from the burden of caring for those who insist upon poisoning themselves, and helping those who have gotten into the addiction of it and want to get out. So I'm going to support this for those reasons.
Any other comments? Mr. Fernandez?
Nancy, thanks for that. I always love it when another board member goes before me and I can say, I agree with what Ms. Heller just said. I think this is a better version that's before us now than the original version. So I appreciate the petitioners sort of cleaning it up and making this more clear exactly what's happening here. It is a much more modest proposal than what town meeting passed overwhelmingly the last time around, and modest in terms of the immediate impact in particular. So when we think about the impact on businesses, the way that it's drafted now, that will phase in over a significant amount of time. And so first of all, it's to pass town meeting, get approved by the AG, survive any challenges, of course, and then start to phase in year after year after year. That is I would argue ample time for businesses to update their business model. And for all of the public health reasons that Select Board Member Heller mentioned, and with the considering all the process concerns and all that, I'll join her in supporting this.
Okay. Any other comments, Ms. Hamilton?
So I'm going to respectfully disagree. I'm not very progressive on this issue. My record on this issue is publicly available. I guess I am a little libertarian on this, and I have a hard time restricting, things that are at this point in time legal. And I guess one of my sticking points is it always feels like this is a Band-Aid to a much larger problem. So I could actually get on board with banning it outright, but these nibbles around the edges, to me, just strikes me as feel good, but it doesn't address the underlying causes of why people smoke in the first place. And it wasn't all that long ago that I was under the age of 18, and I just don't buy the argument that you don't know that it's addictive. So people are still choosing to smoke, and we all know the health effects that it has. I think there are larger issues at play, and I would love to see other policies that get at why people choose to smoke up in the first place.
Okay, thank you. So I think we've had a fairly thorough discussion. I don't see anyone else in the queue waiting to speak. Am I correct, Ms. Williams? 7?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'd like to move this warrant article, and the way I'd like to do it, and Ms. Goff, tell me if this is legal. I'd like to call out the roll, and for select board members to say either no action or favorable action, and then we'll see where the board is. Ms. Heller, you're muted. I think
Sorry.
that's favorable action. Right?
Could you read my lips? Favorable action.
Well, I remember what you said earlier.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Hamilton.
No action.
Mr. Fernandez.
Favorable action.
Mr. Vanscoy.
No action.
And chair votes no action. Okay. So that's warrant article warrant article 14. Next, warrant article 15. Increase disadvantaged business opportunities. Do we have or Ms. Goff, could you explain
we
that?
have the petitioners, even better, we have the petitioners available so they can tell you where they are with Article 15. And this is also a public hearing.
Yep. I know that. Okay, who's going to speak? Ms. Brown. Warrant Article 15.
Deborah, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Well, I just very quickly wanted to say that the motivation behind Warrant Article 15 was equity in terms of people having access to business opportunities within the town of Brookline. Excuse me. It makes good business sense as you increase women and minority business participation. This data that demonstrates that the overall costs go down. Some of the requirements are otherwise required by law. And lastly, I think it's an opportunity for Brookline to lead by example. As you can tell, I have not. I've been struggling with some asthma. And so I was not able to push the warrant article as far as I would have liked to have. And at the point in time that I got sick, there were two issues out there. And one of them was how the legal requirement that a diversity study was required, and that but for discrimination, you know, but you have to find discrimination, and you'd also have to be able to demonstrate that there are available women and minority-owned businesses who can compete for the contracts. I had multiple rounds of discussions with town council, and we made pretty good progress. But as I said, I got sick. And one of the problems or difficulties with this warrant article is that there's a lot of legal nuance, and there's a fair amount of precedent that if you didn't do it right, you could end up with problems. I think we had addressed most of them, but we didn't get it across the finish line. And so I talked with some of the co-petitioners and some members of AC, and what we'd like to do at this point is to refer the matter to DICR for further research and to come up with a set of recommendations. And so that's where we left it. So if you have some questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So referral to the commission or some other body, I think is appropriate, given that without a disparity study or an availability study, which is another type of study that we can do, we couldn't go forward with this anyway. What do other members think?
Bernard, what I was proposing in the body of the warrant article itself is that the warrant article actually called for the studies. It wasn't to proceed ahead, but to do those as part of the warrant article. And that became less of a legal issue, I believe, and more of a policy issue. I just didn't have didn't have the bandwidth to push it and get all of the stakeholders, including town council and Mel, on board. And it just seems, it just seems more realistic to get the work done. I disagree with your premise, for purpose of what we wrote. But I understand where you're coming from, Bernard. So I agree, you can't set up a program without doing the work. I was just saying that what we were setting up included that research.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, did you want to? Yes. Mr. Fernandez, go ahead.
Thanks. First of all, Deborah, thanks for being here. It hurts my heart to see you unwell. I just want to send you all the best and everything. So thanks for taking the time to be here. I'm wondering, I think it's appropriate. We last week, I think it was, maybe before that, we heard from Mel, and I'm wondering if we can hear from Mel again about some of the work that the internal staff group has been doing on this, and definitely completely in line with the aims of the Warren article, which is to increase procurement and representation in town contracting. Maybe Mel, if you can tell us a little bit more about that and how you think. I'm wondering if the CDICR is the right place. I'm also fully aware of how burdened they are with all of the other work that comes their way. Is that the right place? Would you see this working group working with the CDICR on this if that's the way this went? What do you think?
Sure. Well, first of all, I also want to give my best wishes to Deborah. We have been working on this. I think we're getting close. DICR is part of the working group, but the working group also includes legal as well as economic development and our purchasing department, which is kind of legal in a sense. So, whether I think a referral is appropriate, and I think we can make some good progress. I believe the advisory committee subcommittee referred it to you as the select board, or suggested that because of the group of department heads that are cross-cutting. It's not just one department. I don't think it really matters. I think frankly, no matter where it goes, our working group will stay intact and work with the petitioners.
Can we refer to the working group, since that includes the commission and is actively involved with these issues, which as I see are not only addressing a disparity study that allow us to set up a affirmative action type program, but also would be looking at ways in which we can increase minority hiring without such a program, and without running into the potential legal thicket that the town council has identified.
Well, I think the only issue is, what the working group is an informal group. It's not defined anywhere. And I think my sense is that the motion, if you want somebody to report back, it has to go somewhere that has some legal standing. That's all.
Okay. Any ideas?
Why don't we refer it to refer it to ourselves and then ask the working group to take on the issues and give them a timeline and
report back to us?
Correct.
Yeah. Does that work, Mel?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I can assure you DICR will be involved in it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm just wondering, is there a way, if they're available, to include, or how we might include petitioners as part of that? I know we did something similar with the folks who brought the fossil fuel free Warren article. What do you think about that, Mel?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've been working together. I commit to personally engaging with Deborah and her petitioners.
Great. Thank you, Mel.
Okay, so I move, let me try to put this into a motion. I'm sorry, Ms. Hamilton, you have something?
This is a public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Devin, is there anyone waiting to speak at this public hearing?
Yes, 2 people have requested to make public comment. The first is Kate Avery, who I've promoted to a panelist.
Okay. Ms. Avery?
Hello. I am, my video will start. Hello.
I'm Kate Avery, and I am a member of the Environmental Action Club at Brookline High School. And I am here to say that we very much support this endeavor, and because we believe that it's important and it will help to make Brookline a more equitable place. However, it seems like the petitioners believe that it is not ready to be passed yet and that there needs to be more research on it. And so therefore, we agree with the petitioners on that. And that is all. Thank you.
Next person with a public comment is Rebecca Stone.
Hello again, Ms. Stone.
Hey, everybody. Rebecca Stone, town meeting member from Precinct 3 and also the chair of the Brookline Commission for Women. I wanted to say that the Commission for Women has been actively involved in the conversations around the development of this idea, not necessarily the warrant article itself, although many conversations with Deborah and with others involved and with the working group. And this is something that the town, I think we certainly feel on the Commission for Women, that the town needs to be working towards. It goes hand in hand with the work that we're doing around women and minority-owned businesses, small businesses within Brookline. But this is much broader. This is about making a commitment to contracting with disadvantaged business enterprises across the board, not just in Brookline. And so I think that what this warrant article has done is really pushed us to say, look, having standards, having goals is a good idea, right? It pushes us to step up to it. I think Deborah is absolutely right. There are legal implications of having to do the disparity study. There are people on the working group. I know that Kara Bruton has worked a lot on this, Mel, and it's great to have your support as well. So there's a lot of work to do. I think that process is in place, and it'll be great to have the select board paying a little bit more attention and trying to drive it forward. My question is whether or not you are prepared to commit dollars to the disparity study. These are not cheap. I don't know whether the equity audit that we're doing can be piggybacked on, but there have to be dollars behind this, and I didn't want your conversation and your vote to go without consideration of that.
I think everyone realizes that this is costly. It's going to cost money. I'm not going to say it's extremely costly, but it's going to cost a significant amount of money, more than that's in my pocket. Mr. Kleckner.
Mr. Chair, and Rebecca, I don't know if you heard my comments last week because we didn't take formally a hearing up, but we have actually put $30,000 in the FY21 budget that we're taking up next week to begin this process. That's about all we could muster up, but we do hope that we're able to do some collaboration with some other communities that are close enough that we could collaborate on a regional study. But we did put $30,000 aside for this purpose.
That'd be great. And I'm just curious. I know that the equity audit is going on. Is there any way to piggyback on some of that? That's a very big ticket item.
I doubt it, only because the kind of well, I'll ask the individual from the racial equity group, but I'm sensing that a different kind of skill set is required for this type of work.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
At this time, there are 30 attendees and no one has used the hand raise feature or Q&A feature to indicate that they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, are we ready for a motion? Hello, are you ready for a motion? Okay, at least one person's ready. Then I move that we refer warrant article 15 to the select board, who will work with the town's working group, including the Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, and ask them to send us back a report once they've done their research on how to move forward. Is that what we want to do? Okay. Okay, all in favor? Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, so we have that. And I take it the, Ms. Goff, I take it the advisory committee is going to be taking this up at some point, and they will have our motion or our action on their calendar.
Yes, I'm texting them as I'm.
Okay. 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 Warrant Article 34, affordable housing.
So
We
you have the
have.
petitioner here.
Mhm.
And I don't believe that the advisory committee has done anything on this one yet, but I'll let the petitioner explain where he's at.
Okay.
Hi, if it's all right, I'd like to present some slides.
Okay, how long are you gonna take?
You only have 5 minutes per presenter, just as a reminder.
Yeah.
Okay, I can just talk through it. That's all right. My name is Jeff Wachter. Thanks for taking the time to hear Warrant Article 34. This is an article that's intended to help increase housing affordability and address Brookline's housing shortage. Since first filed, I've been working in collaboration closely with members of the Housing Advisory Board, Economic Development Board, staff, and others to have come to the version that we're currently supporting, which has been endorsed unanimously by both EDAB and HAB. The resolution has 6 key points. Some of them have changed since initially filed. First, we call for a robust housing production plan process to encourage new housing units to be built, and through that process, set a numerical housing production target. We call on the select board and other boards and commissions to propose zoning and regulatory reforms necessary to achieve the target as determined through that process. To consider strategies to overcome historic racial and ethnic exclusion that are baked into the current zoning code. To raise the issue of this local housing production targets with potential appointees to relevant boards. We're not asking for a certain commitment one way or another from any of these potential appointees. We just want to make sure that it's on their radar. To support Brookline's zero emissions goal by using zoning changes to maximize public transit usage and or minimize car trips, depending on the part of town. And then to consider potential budgetary action to fund studies and actions called for. I know there's been some discussion from the planning department that some of these studies are currently underway. So obviously that's already been accounted for. That's something that we need to necessarily. We're not asking for a blank check to do whatever. It's more just to recognize that some of these processes may end up costing money as we go along, and that we should consider funding that as we make housing a priority here in town. I think one thing I definitely wanted to highlight was I know there's been some discussion about whether building more housing will actually help. There's a significant body of work from various institutions, ranging from the Federal Reserve Bank's research arms, think tanks, major universities, et cetera, that have consistently come to the conclusion that new building does slow local rent increases, even in, and particularly in high cost areas such as Brookline. And I also wanted to raise, as one of the key points, we discussed the trying to address our history of zoning and racial segregation and exclusion. Obviously not unique to Brookline, but Brookline is very much part of this story. Through multiple studies have found that increasing multifamily housing does also increase the racial and ethnic diversity of communities. There's a study from 2013 that specifically looked at the Boston metro area and found that that they compared zones directly next to each other, and the zones that allow multifamily housing have a higher African American population by approximately 3.5%, and Hispanics population by about 5.5%. So there's real, if not huge, but certainly a meaningful change that can happen by allowing more multifamily housing to be built where it's currently restricted to 1 or 2 family homes. And I think it's also important to raise the economic development and fiscal aspect of things. from a business perspective, having more homes, more people in the community brings more customers to local businesses, adding vibrancy to our commercial districts. And larger housing developments are likely to be mixed use, depending on exactly where they are, which adds much needed commercial space to our bottom line, to increase tax revenue, which we all know we need.
You have 30 seconds.
Thanks. We have an initial, the 2016 Housing Production Plan exists now and has a lot of really good ideas. The follow through hasn't always been there on many of them. And so we wanted to focus on this revision of the Housing Production Plan that I know the HAB and Plan Department are working towards, to re-examine those proposals, develop new ones, and then try to actually put some more concrete proposals that we can put some action behind. So thank you.
Okay. Hey, I'd like to just mention something that is not a rule in Brookline, but it's probably a good practice. In your resolve clauses, you talk about housing issues, and then you throw in a zero emission as I think your fifth item. In many contexts, that would violate the single subject rule. And I think that I see a lot of that around in Brookline, and I think it's really bad practice to have multiple subjects in a warrant article. It confuses things, and sometimes it looks like you're just throwing in something in order to get another constituency to vote for or support the warrant article. That's not a prohibition or anything in Brookline. I'm just saying that it's good practice, I think, not to do that.
I think the reason that I brought this in is that housing does play a significant role in per capita carbon emissions, as studies from Berkeley as well as other places have looked at. And if you look at the map of the region, the places that have denser housing communities and better access to transit and shorter car trips do have a significantly lower carbon footprint. So it really is all part of the same story.
It's not clear, but anyway, any discussion from the select board? Mr. Van Scoya.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Jeff and to the others who worked on this. And I also want to say, excuse me, that I do concur with them on creating more affordable housing wherever and whenever we can in Brookline. And at the same time, it's pretty clear to me that, excuse me, we take a different view of how to approach it. So I just want to say a few things about why I'm going to vote no on this article. And I give some credit to a town meeting member, Linda Pelkey, who has written a letter in opposition to this and has raised several questions, which have also been on my mind. I'll take just one example of what I think is potentially fallacious reasoning behind this article. And Jeff mentioned it again in his presentation just now. He cited a study which said that there, perhaps are studies that say where there is multifamily housing, that there is a increase that is observable in the percentage of the African-American population, which I'm not going to even question whether those studies exist. If he says they exist, they exist. But that is not to say that multifamily housing, multi-unit housing, necessarily results in increases in African-American population. And I will cite the outstanding example in the greater Boston area, which is that the Seaport development sprang up virtually overnight and then immediately was determined to be, the Globe called it, the whitest part of Boston. And I don't see too much single family housing in the Seaport area. It's all multi-unit housing. And in fact, it's in large part multi-unit housing of the type that is argued to create more affordable housing, which is micro units. So you can cite studies and that's important, but please don't assume that necessarily ramping up production of multi-unit housing in Brookline is either going to result in more affordable housing, more units of affordable housing, nor is it necessarily going to change the demographic complexion of Brookline. One other fallacy, and then I will conclude, related to this is the notion that there is something inherently undesirable and in need of complete change, and that is the part of Brookline that is single-family housing, suburban single-family housing, and that's largely South Brookline, because there is something that is inherently racist in suburban housing. It's probably a debate for another day, and we don't necessarily have to have it, but I just have to point out that there's ample examples in Greater Boston of neighborhoods that are single-family housing neighborhoods that are favored by African Americans. It's a form of housing that is favored across the board by all kinds of people. It is not a form of housing that by its very nature results in only white populations occupying it. So that's my other example, but I also want to point out one more thing, and that is that we got a letter from our planning director, Allison Seinfeld, just in the last couple of days, which raises very important questions as to whether this article would in fact complicate and confuse perhaps the missions and the goals of her department for the coming year. It's all well and good to try to direct the work of town departments from articles that are brought to town meeting, but if it isn't done in consultation with those departments so that it avoids completely misdirecting and throwing off kilter what were already some very substantial plans to work towards these very same goals, then I don't think it's helping us. I don't think it's helping the town departments, and I don't think it's helping the town as a whole. And so I'm going to vote for no action on this particular warrant article.
Okay, any other comments? By the way, it's interesting. I looked at some census blocks in terms of racial composition, and among the highest concentration of the Black population in Brookline is down in South Brookline and Chestnut Hill. I don't know what that means, but it's an interesting point. Any other comments?
I'll just weigh in on some of the comments that Mr. Van Scoyac said. You know, just like transportation, there's a lot going on when it comes to land use. And the Seaport, I don't think, is the best example of multifamily. And when it comes to diversity, I think that's definitely everybody's worst case scenario. However, I will say that trends happen over time. And just like you saw white flight into the suburbs, you see, you know, affluent white communities go to the Seaport. Over time, I think we will see the diversification. What I'm more interested in is a supply and demand issue. And in America, affordability is one of those things that has been very elusive to a lot of Americans. And so the more supply and just the diversity of stock that we have right now, underlying zoning allows for single family homes to be built. What it doesn't allow for are variations allowing multiple families to reside on lots. And that should be the option for people who want to live wherever they choose to live. And current zoning restricts that. Now, what I think I would personally like to see are the trade-offs. Okay, if we're going to work towards 3,000 or 7,000
new housing units, what does that mean to our social services? What does that mean towards how much they're going to pay in residential property taxes and how much they're going to drain on social services? Those are the types of questions I, really want to get at the crux at, but drawing conclusions on very limited information about land use, I don't think is necessarily helpful at this moment in time because it is incredibly complex.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez?
Yeah, I'll just say, I agree with a lot of what Select Board Member Hamilton just said. I do think, well, first of all, let's talk about what we're talking about and bringing in things like the seaport, which is not what this is proposing at all. I think is not helpful. But I do think, generally speaking, you either believe what Mr. Van Scoyac and we're going to hear, I think, from the aforementioned Linda Olsen-Pelkey and others believe about the detriments of the kind of development and density that we're talking about here, or you believe what folks like Jeff and myself and others believe about the benefits of it. I don't know that our discussion tonight is going to change any of that. I'm really interested to see what town meeting thinks about it, frankly. This is an opportunity, this resolution, I like it because it's an opportunity to get a sense of where town meeting is, and for town meeting and ourselves, by the way, as select board members in our vote potentially tonight or whenever we take it, to give direction to town staff in terms of the kind of development the community would like to see, as evidenced through our vote, through the town meeting vote, and the discussion that's going to take place as a part of that. So I'm not necessarily interested in debating these things with other board members at this point, but I see folks that are predisposed one way or the other on each side. I'm very curious to see where town meeting falls on this one.
Okay, any other discussion? Ms. Heller, are you raising your hand or just adjusting your screen?
I'm sorry I missed that because I got kicked out. I guess my bandwidth is not as great as I thought it was. But at any rate, I don't know where I'm going on this. I think that one of the problems I have is that I think COVID may change the landscape in terms of housing. That right now, while I think it's mostly anecdotal, I think there will be more evidence as we move forward that people are more reluctant to live in big buildings, multi-family units. So the other thing is I'm really reluctant to encourage, 5,000, 8,000, whatever it is, new units in Brookline because of the drain on our services. And right now, pre-COVID, we know that the schools were busted, and we just don't have the bandwidth in the town to provide more schools right now. We haven't solved the 9th school problem. We don't know what this would do. If you're talking about just targeting singles and elderly, then, but I believe this is probably targeting families as well, and it should. Families need a place to live, but not everybody can come to Brookline. I mean, we're too small. Our land area is too small, and to build us up, we're not going to cover the cost of the services that we want to deliver. So I'm really concerned about that. So if this is a warrant article asking us to promote way more additional housing, whether it's affordable or not, I'm really, and I'm very sympathetic to the affordable housing issues. I really am. And I don't want us to be a town of, only the very rich and the very poor. I want us to have a wide range of folks who live here. I think it's better for everyone if we do. But I also don't want to make us so crowded that we overburden our services, including our school. And I'm thinking of the schools mostly, because I think that's where the burden really falls. So I'm concerned about that, and I don't know where I'm going on this. I'm assuming we're not voting tonight since this is the first night of the public hearing.
Well, if we feel we're ready, we could vote, but I don't think, my sense is that we're not ready, but I'm sorry.
Can I respond? So I first off, thanks Nancy. I as far as COVID, I think that COVID is I think a short term, certainly a serious, but not. There will be some changes, but I don't think that the people who are saying there are either going to be no changes or everything's going to change. I think it's going to be somewhere in between. I think that there's going to continue to be people who do want to live in multifamily housing. And I think that the places where there have been the biggest outbreaks have really been places where there's been overcrowding in that housing, where you have multi-generations, multiple families who have to live in close quarters, not so much places that have big buildings with lots of units in them. As far as the services and targeting a number, I think from where we started to where we are now, I think that same argument is one that we've certainly found compelling, and that's why we've removed the specific target and really instead focused on the processes that the plan department is going to be conducting to determine really what that capacity might be. Is it 3,000? Is it 1,000? Wherever in between they may come. I think is something that's important. And then it's also important too, like this doesn't call for specific types of housing. I think, like you said, I think we would like to see a broad range, but there's a lot of types of housing that really would be more targeted towards smaller units, more targeted at young professionals or at seniors that could still add a lot of units and have a positive impact on supply without overburdening, without targeting really just like one or two aspects of the town costs.
Okay, any other discussion from the board before we open up to public comment? Okay. By the way, I'll just add that I think that too many warrant articles start out with the assumption that the town is not doing anything about a particular issue, and then go from there to say that we're going to get town meeting to force the town to do X, Y, and Z. I think that this warrant article is sort of like that, and the memos that we have from the planning department sort of illustrate that that's not a correct way of looking at what we're doing here in Brookline. No guarantee that we can solve the problem tomorrow, but what we can guarantee is that we're on the road to solving that problem. So this is a public hearing. I'd like to open it up. I see Ms. Pelkey is ready to speak.
Yes, I am. Thank you,
okay.
Chair Green. Thank you, Board of Selectmen. No, said that wrong. Select Board, excuse me. It's late for me anyway. Am I limited to 3 minutes?
Yes.
We gave the other person 5 minutes, so.
Well, the primary presenter gets 5 minutes, and then the residents get 3.
Yeah, Linda, we read your memo, so try to.
All right. Okay. So I think one of the biggest points I need to make here is that this idea that building more market rate housing is going to give Brookline affordable housing and not cause serious harm to our town has not been investigated. And it is not true. I mean, look at New York City. I mean, they built, and it got more and more expensive. And the demand is basically infinite to live in Brookline. So we're not really talking about a supply-demand equation here. I appreciate people saying things about the efficiency of density, the climate impacts, et cetera, et cetera. So Brookline is already almost as dense. North Brookline is almost as dense as Somerville, 17,000 something or another people per square mile. and Somerville is 18. And 75% of our housing is multifamily housing already. So we don't have a lack of a variety of types of housing. We are already a built-out transit-oriented development community. Committing the town to substantially increasing our housing based on a narrative that is faulty at best, and I would say flawed substantially, it is putting the cart before the horse. We don't know what is even the impact of the 1,000 units of new housing that we've just permitted. And I think we should use that as a way to investigate what adding that kind of growth means for Brookline. I appreciate that Nancy's sensitive to the services question. I'm sensitive to the overall livability and character of the community. If we add more density, we need more open space.
You have 30 seconds.
What about the capacity on the T? What about our schools? What about our infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera? I think we all moved here for different reasons, but we appreciate the quality of life that we have. And I've heard some pretty alarming statements from members of Jeff's group that they're really not concerned about historic preservation, and they really can't imagine any building that is overbuilt. And I don't think that represents the view of the residents of our town. And I think that's who we have to keep in mind here. I think we have done a lot with creating new housing, especially affordable housing. And I think that's what we need to focus on. There's a lot of
3 minutes.
Pardon?
Your 3 minutes are up, but just conclude your.
Can I conclude my thought?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why housing is so expensive here. And it's not all just supply and demand at all. It's investment, wanting to make money. It's, low wages. We have we have inequality. I mean, there's so many issues that we cannot solve. I mean, housing should be a public good, not a market-based thing, but we're dealing with that. So okay. What do we do about that? I don't think it's to say, build a ton more housing based on a really flawed process of allocating this vague idea about we need 7,000 more units or something, which makes no sense. So
thank you.
Okay.
The next person signed up for public comment is Kate Avery.
Hello. So as I said earlier, I am a member of the Environmental Action Club of Brookline High School, and we strongly support Warrant Article 34 because it is a good way to make our community more reflect the people, be more inclusive of the people we want to see. We don't want to have a community that's purely people who are like at the top of the socioeconomic spectrum. At this moment in time, the high cost of housing is making it really challenging for people who are like middle income to continue to live in Brookline. A good percentage of people in Brookline have to spend a fair amount or even the majority of their income on housing, and that shouldn't be the case. By making housing more affordable in Brookline, we're enabling the people who are most vulnerable in our community we're making them more resilient towards other issues that they face, such as COVID and the environment. Our current zoning laws prevent housing supply from keeping up with the demand. Obviously, it's unreasonable to say that we're going to create enough housing to meet the demand for housing in Brookline, but we can be doing more than we are. And having dense housing is really an important step towards having a more sustainable environment, because if we have dense housing, if we can put more people in this space, which is close to Boston and the economic center, we're dramatically decreasing the amount of CO2 emissions from cars, which is something that we really need to do. And this will also help to address Brookline's history of racial housing segregation and redlining, which is something that is still, our current zoning laws are still they're still similar to the zoning laws that were based on exclusion, and that's not who we are in Brookline.
You have 30 seconds.
Yes, we value inclusion and having diverse communities, and this warrant article will help us to really maximize, to become more like what we want to be. And so that's why we support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like the next person is Shira Fisher. Am I correct? Yes.
Yep. Hi. My name is Shira Fisher. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 11, speaking in support of this article. But first, I wanted to briefly respond to Mr. Van Scoyak's comments on fallacious logic, because just because you can find a counterexample where there's all-white luxury multi-unit housing doesn't mean that this will not be good for Brookline. Not doing it certainly isn't going to help. And just because there are Blacks who own single-family homes in Brookline doesn't mean that our current housing policies are not at least historically systemically racist, as Kate noted, and certainly not that they can't be improved. So I want to thank Jeff for his hard work on this warrant article. I want to support the idea that the town, through town meeting, needs to make a statement that we need more housing. We are underbuilding in Brookline, and it's important that we have clear targets, like Linda said, not a vague idea, clear targets, and work towards them by adjusting the zoning code and other regulations to achieve those goals. I'm a member of this town. I grew up here. I went to Brookline High. I own a single family home in Brookline, and I support this article. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for comment is Amanda Zimmerman. She's being promoted to a panelist now. Amanda, whenever you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Sorry, I always get confused when I'm promoted to panelist. Okay, so I'm Amanda Zimmerman. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 8, also a co-petitioner on this warrant article. There's a lot I can say about this. I just wanted to make a few points. There are many in town that are in support of this. This is kind of the point of having this warrant article. It's not necessarily a criticism of our current departments, but to give them more wind at their backs to actually make changes that we've been talking about for a while. That's why we have members from the Economic Development Board, the Housing Advisory Board, Climate Action, that are all in a group effort to look at housing and how it intersects. Second off, there's no such thing as infinite demand. We don't live in a magical place. Rules of supply and demand apply. We might not be able to necessarily build enough to meet demand, but the more supply that we add, the less pressure there is. I want to make a comment about services. Whenever we talk about growing our population, someone brings up schools or other services as a town. In my circles, that's called resource hoarding. That's not what we want to be doing. We don't decide to say, you people do not deserve our resources. It's not liberal, it's not progressive, it's just not a moral thing to do. That being said, the point of not necessarily dictating the types of housing mean that we can as a town decide what diversity of housing types we want. And growing a population is not necessarily bad economically. With that logic, every city and town would try to be as small as possible. But turns out no one does, because there are economics of scale that allow price per individual to go down. And then the last point I want to make is, I know there are some truths about housing policy that both historically and currently that make people uncomfortable. But we have to admit that when we forbid multifamily housing to be built in large swaths of Brookline, it is to the detriment of economic inclusion and racial inclusion. And this is something that we have to be upfront about. Studies have actually shown that when areas that allow multifamily housing are more racially diverse, even within the same super hyper local region. These
You
are
have 30 seconds.
related. So I am urging you to support this article and to support a rigorous process to look at where and how we want to build more and be more inclusive. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? Devin?
Yes, we have a list. Michael Zubrov was next, but I didn't see him making the transition to panelist. And then was Roger Blood, but he also does not appear to be in the webinar at this time. So I'm going to promote Lisa Schatz. And then I'll keep an eye out for them.
Ms. Schatz, are you here?
It doesn't look like when I'm promoting them to a panelist, they're successfully getting in. So I'm just going to send a quick email. I don't know if you want to continue to deliberate.
No one else available to speak?
There were 3 of them and I just don't know where they went.
Okay. So any other discussion from the board? Any other thoughts from the board? I see Ms. Steinfeld is here. Would it make any sense to ask her to give her 2 cents?
I'd like to hear from her.
Yeah. Ms. Steinfeld, can you Devin, can you promote Ms. Okay, there she is.
I guess you can hear me, but maybe not see me.
We can hear you. That's what's
Okay,
important.
that's fine. That's even better. Well, if you, I'm happy to spend a few minutes on telling you what the planning department is doing. We are certainly committed to exploring approaches to expanding both the amount and diversity of housing within the town. And we quite honestly have, in conjunction with other departments and various boards and commissions and committees, have been rather successful, particularly in the last 5 years. The town has permitted over 1,100 units. And I think it's safe to say that those units will not only add to the supply, but they respect the built environment in which they are located. And we are committed to doing that, and we think we can do that, both provide additional housing, provide additional housing, as well as protecting what we have in Brookline. And we can do that through methodical planning and applying good planning principles. And that, quite honestly, is what we've done and what we continue to do. And just to cite a few examples of what we're doing right now is we've undertaken what we call the multifamily housing study. And that right now is focusing on dimensional controls within our zoning, how they interact or don't interact, and thereby prevent the construction of new housing. We're still at the early stages of that, but we think we have to understand first the barriers to new development before we can address them. We also, as some of the speakers have indicated, we'll be undertaking an update of our housing production plan. And it should be noted when I use the word housing production plan, or HPP, it's in reference to the Department of Housing and Community Development's concept of housing production plan relative to 40B. So we, the staff, are also, I see Roger is there, working with Roger to start developing the scope for that HPP. At a minimum, it's going to look at the existing HPP, identify our successes, and there have been significant successes, and we have implemented a number of the recommendations within the HPP. It will also identify what we haven't implemented and then expand upon the recommendations. So we hope to get an RFP out by the beginning of January, so that I expect the process will take a few months, but we'll have one in place probably by the end of the summer, at which time we'll request certification from the state. So again, I think the town has a really successful team between the planning department, building department, law department, DPW, as well as our HAB, EDAB, certainly the planning board, and certainly the ZBA. Each assume a different role, but we are moving the town forward methodically and based on good, what I consider good planning principles, to increase the amount of housing as well as the diversity. And I would like to address something that Jeff, I believe, said, and that's the planning department is working on quantitative numbers. We are not. I mean, I don't think that we should have any arbitrary number as a goal. I think our goal should be more of expanding opportunities, increasing the supply, and basically getting a sense of what build out is appropriate for Brookline. And that involves engaging a whole host of constituencies. Once we understand build out, then we can back in to figure out how many units that would create. But let's first, the goal should be what's good for Brookline to meet all our policy goals. And that includes increasing diversity, expanding housing, and not just market rate housing, but affordable housing as well. So that's basically my statement.
Okay. Well, one question you did not answer,
Sure.
and that is whether warrant article 34 is wind at your back or headwind.
I think, quite honestly,
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. But
no, that's all right. I appreciate it. I just lost you. I'll just keep talking. I appreciate the support. And we've become very aware of what the growing support and recognition of the importance of housing. We appreciate that, but we would prefer that support be directed at supporting the activities that are currently underway, rather than potentially diverting us from what we think is a good plan. So I don't necessarily think it's constructive. It's intended to be constructive, and we appreciate the support for housing, but not the specifics. I think we're already working on that. And I would appreciate this. I would appreciate the actual support of the petitioners in terms of the efforts that are already underway. I think we could achieve a lot more if we did it together.
Okay, thank you.
Answer your question?
Yep.
Okay.
I think, who's next, Devin? Is that Lisa Schatz?
Nope, the next person is Michael Zurab.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Michael, your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Great. Hi, everybody. I suppose it's not too surprising to most of you that I support this warrant article. I just wanted to make a few comments to hopefully share some things you haven't heard already. Well, I guess, first of all, I would like you, when you do vote on this, to be sure, well, to support the EDAB and HAB versions. This resolution, I mean, it's hard to keep up with this stuff, but the wording of this resolution has changed through the process. And so, like, the explicit commitment to X thousand units of housing isn't in there. I wouldn't stake your vote on stuff that's no longer, in the petitioner's preferred language. So that's just one small note. I mean, obviously this stuff is hard to keep up with. As far as substantive comments, what I think is really interesting about housing is it's one of those places where our values really come to roost. If we believe in environmental sustainability, that has clear implications for zoning and housing. And that's something we have a lot of control over. So do we choose to follow through with our principles or not? We say that immigrants are welcome here. Many of us have signs like that. Well, many people have signs like that. But when they say immigrants are welcome here, it doesn't seem that they really mean here. They don't mean more immigrants in our parks, more immigrants on the T with them, more immigrants in our schools. And it really, it goes to show the extent to which people's commitments to things like more immigrants or more refugees here is a sincere commitment or a symbolic one. And that's something that I think is really, really interesting about housing. The reason why I've gotten involved in local politics is because I see it as a place where I can really take my values and get the most impact. I could yell on Twitter about Trump all day, or I could try to change zoning laws to make the community I live in more inclusive and more diverse. And that's what I'm choosing to do. One final thing I'd want to say is this comment about market rate housing. This is a little more concrete, but it's something I do want to say is there's value to building a lot of luxury market rate housing in Brookline to stop gentrification in other communities. Because if we don't build that housing here, the people like the kids who grow up in Brookline, go to college and make good money, if they can't afford to live in Brookline, they're going to go somewhere cheaper where they can outbid the existing residents. The existing residents who are likely of lower income than they are and more likely to be people of color. So there is an equity argument for allowing more market rate luxury housing in Brookline to stop displacement in other communities. And that's something I don't want to overlook. So that's one perspective. You know, there's this temptation to say, oh, what we really need is more affordable housing. And of course we need more affordable housing, but we also need housing for the kids who grow up in Brookline so that they can come back to live here, or kids like them, so that those people don't outbid residents who are of lower income and who may be people of color. I mean, if you want to stop gentrification in diverse neighborhoods in Boston, the simplest way to do that is to build housing for people to live in Brookline.
Your 3 minutes are up.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person is Roger Blood.
Mr.
Roger,
Blood,
when you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
you're muted, Roger.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I'm Roger Blood, and I'm speaking as chair of the Housing Advisory Board. We have had a public hearing on Article 34, after which it voted in support of the petitioner's article. But just to put this in a little bit of context, we first had, I think, a dialogue with Jeff in particular as the lead petitioner began, over a year ago, I think, or about a year ago. And the exchange between, I think, the HAB and the petitioners has been a constructive process leading to the resolution that the HAB has now supported and will presumably go to town meeting. The exchange, we've had three prior iterations. So this version that the HAB is on board with is the fourth, which began with actually something quite different. That was proposing to eliminate all single-family zones in Brookline, and then there was a dialogue, and that the petitioners came back to us with a large quantitative goal of 7,000, I think, plus, and that evolved further into a smaller quantitative goal, and the HAB expressed concern in those earlier phases, and just the prior one. Regarding the quantitative goal aspect of the proposal, and we're I think a great part of the current support has to do with the fact that the current article is strongly advocating for more affordable housing, for more production, better strategies, removal of impediments, and all the things that basically the housing production plan is the vehicle to do all of those things. But the housing production plan is also the vehicle for doing all of the necessary analysis, all of the analytical work, many of the dimensions which have been identified just in this discussion this evening, and there's more. And then the quantitative goal is almost the very last thing after all of those other factors are taken into account, and a big one in terms of where will this be built and what are the build out implications, and how do we advance these policies. So we're aligned with the petitioners in terms of the thrust of this article, and
you have 30 seconds.
I'm delighted to see the advocacy for it. I do think that this housing production plan, which as Allison mentioned, is just beginning to be underway with the creation of an updated RFP. We have a timeline that will go through next year with a lot of public engagement. The only thing I might differ with a little bit is that the state version of the HPP is designed as last time when we did this 4 years ago for a town to get to the 10%. We've pivoted now, and we are in a complete mode of where to from here. Now that we've achieved the 10%, very slight chance of fallback. So this housing production plan is going to be proactive, creative, imaginative, even while it's done according to state standards. But
You've reached your 3 minutes.
I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say, and Ahab is voting in support of this version for mainly the reasons that I mentioned.
Great, thank you. Ms. Hamilton, could you take over for a couple minutes?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Schatz?
Okay, I was supposedly promoted before, but I really got demoted because I was kicked out. But anyway, so I think I want to live in Brookline, in a town that wants to be inclusive and wants to use what we have, our wealth, to help our community, our greater community. And I see that happening if we can provide more housing, and more housing would be more affordable housing by the laws of supply and demand. Annual production of new housing units has fallen to levels less than half of those of the 1970s. So it's our greater Boston area doesn't have enough housing. This isn't just a Brookline problem. This is a problem of the area, but Boston is producing way more housing than we are. I have here that Brookline is approximately 8.5% the population of Boston, but its permitting rate for new units is only 1%. So Boston is doing what it can to address the fact that there's a housing shortage. And I don't think Brookline should be the only community that does that, but we should do a part, and we have the resources. So, you know, there was a time in all cities where people could have said, you know, we're maxed out. We don't have more schools. We can't take in more people. But that's proven to be, I'm sure it's been said at every point, but that's proven to be false, because you can build a new school. This is not a problem against the law of nature. Of course you can build a new school, and you can get the resources, and this town has resources. So I really don't buy the argument that we don't have the resources compared to other communities. Compared to Somerville, our income level is much higher than Somerville's, and yet we're not producing the housing at their rate. And our income level compared to Boston is also much higher, but we're not producing the housing levels that Boston is. So I just don't buy it that we don't have the resources. And I think we could do a lot of good if we could
You have 30
produce more
seconds.
affordable housing and provide quality education and become an opportunity zone for for children of low income families. Thank you.
At this time, there are 30 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise feature or Q&A to indicate that they'd like to make a comment at this time.
Excellent. So I was about to close the public hearing, but I'll let the chair do that if he wants to take himself off mute.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hamilton. So unless there are other public comments, I'll close the public hearing. And unless there are other comments or thoughts from the select board, I'd like to close this part of our meeting, and we'll take up warrant article 34 next week, or actually next time we meet. Okay. Yes, Mr. Van Scoyer.
Just one comment, because I did not want, excuse me, the people of Brookline to lose sleep tonight, worrying that we are an immoral community that is hostile to immigrants on the basis of what Michael Zorab said. Michael's a very smart individual who I have enjoyed having conversations with. but I would beseech him to consult the Brookline school system, where there is an enormous number of English language learners, an enormous number of families from within which English is not the primary language. There is 20%, according to something I read today, and God help me if it turns out it's not true, but 20% of people in Brookline have arrived within the past year. You know, so this notion that no access occurs to housing in Brookline because we're not furiously building it as fast as Boston is building it, or as fast as Somerville is building it, which, by the way, are the two communities that have virtually the same density as North Brookline. So if we're not building housing over the years, how did North Brookline become at the top of the list of the densest communities, right up there with Boston and Somerville, in the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts? So please don't accept this notion that Brookline hasn't done its part, and please don't accept the notion that we are hostile to international families. Brookline's, one of the glories of Brookline is and it's been true for as long as I've lived here, which goes back to 1975. It's the number of international flags on display at the high school. It's the number of languages spoken in the town. It's the frequency with which people come and go in this town and energize this town. I mean, I have to say, one of the more fallacious statements I've heard recently at a meeting of this board is that somehow we are not moral because we are hostile to immigrants. Just not true.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's exactly what it says, but I think your point's well taken.
I'll just say briefly, the number of ways in which I disagree with the statement that Mr. Van Square just made are numerous and more than we have time for right now.
Okay.
Maybe we'll set up another meeting where we could hash that out.
Okay. Yeah, do it all. Yeah, I guess you can't do it online, but okay. I said earlier that, or just a couple of seconds ago, that we will take this up for a vote at our next meeting. I was asked the question, why not vote now? Or, I mean, I don't think people are ready to vote, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just me that's not ready. What do other people think? Okay,
I'm trying to vote, but if you feel like you need more time, I'm also okay with that too. It's no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Fernandez on that, but I am ready.
Okay. How about you, Ms. Hamilton?
I don't feel ready. If we vote today, I'll abstain.
Okay. Let's put it off to our next meeting then. I don't want. I mean, it's important enough that I think people should be, or feel ready to actually vote.
Have we decided when our next meeting is next week?
We're going to talk about that in just a little while. Next week, of course, on Tuesday is Election Day, which some of us consider to be a pretty important day. The issue is whether we have completed enough of our work to be able to not have a meeting on Thursday, or whether we need to have a meeting on Thursday. We'll talk about that after we get through these warrant articles and see where we are there. Okay, next, warrant articles, further review and possible vote. We went through we completed warrant article 8, warrant article 12, and we were beginning to discuss the warrant article 13, senior tax. Ms. Goff.
So we did go through 8, but now I have a correction on 8 for you. It's very minor. CTOS reviewed it tonight, so they did have one correction. So in the last line of 8, which reads, in the event that a scheduled board meeting fails to achieve a quorum, the alternate member may be designated by the chair as a substitute voting member in order that the meeting may proceed with the required quorum. That may has turned into a shall.
Okay. I assume that's legal under the open meeting law. I don't see why it wouldn't be. So the question is whether we're going to accept that change. Does anyone have any reason not to accept it? Okay, so let's revote. I guess what do we have to do? Do we have to reconsider?
Yeah, you have to move to reconsider.
Okay, and even though our votes can be the same. I move to reconsider. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Ms. Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So I move a favorable action on the warrant article 8 as, let's see, as amended by the advisory committee and as further amended by the Committee on Town Structure and Organization, as indicated by Ms. Goff. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, got that out of the way. Now, warrant article 13. Okay,
Yes, I
this is
think
gonna
the
take-
petitioner's here, Susan Granoff. Yes.
okay. Ms. Granoff.
And Bob Lipson's also here.
Unmute. Hi, I was at the advisory committee and they did take some action on this. Would you like me to report on that to you?
Sure, why not?
Okay. They moved to reconsider and we had a very vigorous discussion of a number of different amendments that were offered. And in the final vote, it was voted favorable action by a vote of 18 to 1 to 8 on the original motion as amended by the advisory committee originally, plus 3 additional amendments that I offered to them to take account of Ms. Heller's concern that she expressed last week, and Mr. Peterson's concerns, and also Mr. Doggett's concern. And so these are the 3 additional amendments that were also approved by the advisory committee. One is the look back period that was only 24 months has been extended to 60 months, as Ms. Heller suggested. The second concerns the question that the Board of Assessors was troubled by, and that is that they wanted more guidance about the definition of excessive assets. And so we had an amendment that provided that this would be, that they would get guidance from the select board. And I'm looking for the actual wording of that. Here. To section 2, at the very end of that is a new sentence. For the purposes of this act, what constitutes excessive assets shall be determined by guidelines set by the select board. And the final amendment was built upon one of the suggested changes by Mr. Doggett, and that was to have the Board of Assessors report back to town meeting sooner than 36 months after the program had been in operation. And so that was changed to 24 months. And all of these amendments were voted favorable action on, along with the original motion that you all voted on 3-1-1 last week.
Okay, that's interesting. You want us to figure out what is excessive assets? Yeah.
Well,
And
I just think that the Board of Assessors would like some guidelines. They
well,
don't
we would
feel
ask them for the guidelines.
I guess the buck always stops with you, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
This is Bob. If I can just interject here for a second. This was also in reaction to the very, very limited number that was that Mr. Doggett was offering in his amendment. which was directly related to, what was it, 41C?
41C.
Yeah. So it was a way to try to open things up a little bit and not define something so specifically that could be open to interpretation and not pigeonhole folks into those particular numbers. They were very, very low. It's like $40,000 for a single person. So it would effectively rule out the vast majority of folks who could otherwise participate and kind of eliminate the purpose of what this whole proposal is about.
Okay, any thoughts from the board?
Would it be all right if I just ask a couple other questions of
Sure.
What is the anticipated average give back to participants in the program?
I did an analysis. Let me get that. A lot of that would depend on the actual assessed value of the property of the participant. So that, for example, if their property was assessed at $700,000, the possible maximum of their exemption would be $1,928. If it were assessed at $900,000, then the maximum exemption would be $2,873. If it were assessed at 1.1 million, then the maximum exemption would be $3,818. And if it were assessed at 1.34 million, which is the maximum valuation of property that could qualify, then it would be $4,956. But from this would also be deducted any circuit breaker tax credit amount that they would have qualified for. Normally that's about $1,100. That would be deducted from any exemption that they would otherwise qualify for. And it would be further reduced by their income because they must, according to the rules of this, they'd have to pay at least 10% of their total income. So if their income were $50,000, they'd have to pay at least $5,000 of their property tax, even if that was actually more than 50% of their property tax. So these maximum values are simply numbers, but in reality, they might actually be less than that.
Well, but we do know that as drafted, you anticipate raising a certain amount total for the program. Is that correct?
Right. We did it assuming that everyone would qualify with the maximum value property so that we wouldn't run short. But if there's language in the legislation that in any year, if the number of exemption grants was less than the total, if the exemptions granted were less than what money had been raised for this program, that money would go back to the town. It would not be in some kind of slush fund. So that, the percentage that was offered was to be very prudent so that we don't run out of money. If, in turn, if there are too many applicants, then their adjustments are made. They're expected to contribute more than 10% of their income. They might have to contribute 20 or 30% of their income, depending on how many applicants there might be. So that within the language of the proposed legislation, there are ways to adjust whatever the situation might be. And of course, the ultimate decision maker of what's percentage of the tax shift would be for any given year is the select board. Every year you would have the opportunity to decide on the actual percentage. And that would of course be informed by what had been happening in prior years.
So, Susan, thank you so much for all the work you're doing on this and for your answers to those questions. And also thank you for the amendment that confers to the select board the determination what is the excessive assets. I seem to recall that the averages that we were presented with a week ago suggested that the recipients could on average receive $4,900 for as a give back of the money that they would otherwise have owed in taxes. And we weren't given precise figures as to what their typical house asset value might be, but we were told that the median home in Brookline is $1.3 million, okay? As of last week, I think that the threshold for the house value was it 800,000?
What do you mean by threshold?
Well, was there any limit on how much of a house asset a person could have?
Yeah, the legislation has a limit of the average of all single-family homes and condos combined plus 10%.
And so what?
And that's where that 1.34 figure comes from. That's 10% more than the average current valuation of that one. But that's our figures to be prudent was assuming that, well, everyone would have the maximum value. But of course, realistically, that wouldn't be the case. A significant number of seniors live in condos. So I think that, and of course, we don't really know what sort of assets they have, how many of them would have assets that would disqualify them.
It would be possible for a person to have as much as $1.3 million in house assets and get back as much as $4,900 in rebates of their taxes?
It would be possible, but that would assume that they also have a very low income. And that would also assume that they that there are no other, and also the fact that they have a mortgage means that a significant portion of their home's value is actually not an asset. Even though their home may be valued at a certain amount, they may have a mortgage of $300,000 or more.
But they might have a mortgage of $40,000 and still qualify.
That's correct.
So I'm just going to cut to the chase because I'm sorry I've taken too much time. As a select board member who now, under the current version of the article, is going to be entrusted with deciding who gets to take advantage of this program and who doesn't, I will just say right now, I'm against this program and I'm against it. And I hope people listening are listening carefully. This is a one-of-a-kind program. This is the only program among the tax benefits that we give to senior citizen homeowners. This is the only program that gives the money to them straight out as money back. And I'm just going to cite one example of a different program that we've had for a few years. Senior Property Tax Work-Off Program, okay? To qualify for that program, you have to work off what you get in your tax abatement by, giving some services to the town. And the limit of the property tax abatement, which you have to work off, is $1,500. So for the life of me, I cannot see the consistency between creating a program which has a $1,500 abatement cap that seniors are required to work off and a different program that can allow someone with as much as, say, $1.3 million in house assets to get as much as $4,900 without either having to work it off or pay it back. So I'm going to vote against this program.
Let me weigh in here, may I? So I still have concerns about this program. I'm very happy to see that the look back period has been extended. I think that's really reasonable. But I agree with John that what we're doing is we are certainly helping seniors, and I have no problem with that, and seniors who are struggling income-wise. But what we are doing is we are allowing their either them when they sell it, or their heirs when they get it when the person dies, to benefit from that, to benefit from the give back that we're providing. And I don't think that's fair to the taxpayers of the town. Some of the people who are getting these, who are in line, the heirs of people, are probably quite well off. And, you know, we should be either having a lien on the property so that when it is sold or transferred, the taxes are paid back. Or, as I said earlier, we could ask people, have people take out, and maybe we can work out a thing with the banks, I don't know, but some sort of reverse mortgage so that the amount basically is paid out of the worth of the asset. And as John said, it could be worth $1.3 million. Well, to take $4,900 off that, and even if it's at 10 years and it's $49,000 over the 10 years or 50,000, that still leaves a huge asset. Even if they have a mortgage and they have to pay off for that. I mean, you know, that still leaves a lot of money on the table. And I think that it's not fair to shift the burden of this onto other taxpayers. I think Harold Peterson made a good point. There's some people who are just above the line here who will actually have to bear the burden, or help bear the burden. And that's just doesn't seem fair to me. So I would want to see a program where there was a lien, essentially, either in the form of a reverse mortgage or just an out and out lien. You know, we may be the second lien holder, but that would be, you know, if the asset is worth enough and there's a mortgage that's modest enough, we're not in danger of foregoing that tax amount. And I think that will mean that the rest of this town taxpayers, especially I'm thinking of the people who are right above the line here, are not disadvantaged.
We consulted with the at the State House with staff members on the Joint Committee on Revenue, which is the committee that would have to approve of any programs that we want to institute. And we were told that they look with great disfavor at any municipality being permitted to take anything other than a first lien position on tax deferrals, because they believe that much of the state is very different from Brookline. Property values go up and down. They can often be depressed for years and years. And their concern is that it would encourage fiscal irresponsibility among many municipalities, and that when properties were no longer in the tax deferral program, they would be underwater. And if the town didn't have a first lien position, that would create real problems for municipalities.
All right, well, but there are some situations where the town would be the first lien holder, because there are situations where a person has been in their house for, you know, 50 years and the mortgage is all paid off. And
right. And we agree that that's something that should be encouraged.
Take, you know, if they already have a mortgage, they could either increase it or convert it to a reverse mortgage. And you know, the property value would still be sufficient to cover it. So I just don't see how why we should support something which it greatly advantages people who need it. I agree with that, but at the disadvantage of others who need it also, really. The people who are just above the line. And, we need to be fair to taxpayers. So that's my basic concern.
Okay, before Mr. Fernandez goes, I've told people who want to speak that they could speak even though this is not a hearing. So after Mr. Fernandez and then Ms. Hamilton, I'll let those who have asked to speak on this issue come forward. Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you. A question, Ms. Granoff, and then maybe some comments. There's, I think, two different sets of assumptions here. One is, and I think differently about each, right? So the idea of someone who bought in early, wants to live and die in Brookline, I love it. And to be able to I fully understand the problem that the group is trying to solve here for that person. And I'm actually on board with it. I'm not on board with this committee that was tasked with figuring out the right way to make this work, punting to the select board and saying, now you figure out what that means, what this excessive assets problem is. I'm not on board with that amendment at all. But I'm on board with that under this first assumption. But there's a different group of people potentially that take advantage of this program, and I mean that in the best way possible. But then for whatever reason, decide that they are going to sell. Maybe they take advantage of this program for 5 years, for 10 years, and then decide that they are going to sell and realize for themselves or their family the value of that property. Is there any provision in here right now in which that money would come back upon sale? And is that something that you all considered as part of your discussions on
Right. For as much as we could, we tried to make it as close to the Sudbury program as possible, because we felt that it's very difficult to get approval of the state legislature of any kind of new program. And the closer it is to something they're familiar with and they've already approved and voted on, not just for Sudbury, but other towns have the Sudbury program, like Reading, like Andover, Hopkinton, and several others, so that we wanted not to diverge very much. And there is no provision for getting that money back. But I'd also like to point out that we give outright exemptions to, say, veterans up to a maximum of $3,000 a year. And those have no income or asset qualifications. And there's no effort to ever get that money back or to require that they be in a tax deferral program of any sort. The same thing with people who are blind. I mean, these are exemptions that are part of state programs, and that's why the town has them, I'm sure, to a certain extent. But what we currently offer, seniors are currently the only ones who have any kinds of exemptions, but they're all related to income and asset qualification in one form or another. So, I mean, I think you're right. There's a certain illogic to all of this, but we're trying to deal with the reality of getting a piece of legislation that could help people who currently aren't being helped by existing programs, when we know that there are going to be new overrides and debt exclusions, and many in the recent past that are having a huge impact on seniors who have been living here 30, 40 years or so and have been paying their taxes all along, have made a huge investment in Brookline. But, and we want something that will be relatively easy to get passed by the state legislature. So those were all of our concerns. But yes, you raise a good point. There isn't, in all of the programs we looked at that provided different types of exemptions for seniors, none of them had that kind of provision that you're talking about, other than outright tax deferral programs.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, by the way, let's see, Ms. Devon, do we have people who want to speak? I think Nicole McClellan was someone who asked to speak. I'll let her speak. And is there anyone else?
This time there are 25 attendees and no one has indicated that they'd
Okay,
like to speak.
Okay, so only Nicole McClellan can speak. So
Well,
Nicole,
what wasn't I allowed to go
oh, I'm
first?
sorry. No, you. I apologize.
I'll try to make it real quick.
Well, no, you have the floor.
Well, two things are starting to come to mind for me. Of course, I want to make Brookline as affordable as possible, especially to seniors. But, serving on the select board, you become acutely aware that when you make policy decisions, especially tax decisions, that the burden is shifted to other groups. It's not like, okay, we decide to exempt this group and it just magically disappears and it affects no one else. One of the things I'm starting to hear from this conversation, the conversation prior, have we really taken an equity lens to this? Property owners tend to be white in this country, and especially in Brookline. And so carving out an exemption for them, it comes to mind two things. One, we're kind of doubling down on, I think, an implicit bias that we all have. And then two, this matter of choice. Costs go up and we all have to make choices when those things happen. And I think for a very long time, we have, as a community, tried to make it so that people who chose this community, and whatever community they're in, this I think is an American ideal, that they are allowed to die in the home that they have held on to for a very, very long time. And I just don't know whether or not I'm completely on board with that concept. I think that we have to recognize that all of these things come down to choice. We all have choices. We all have limited resources. And where is that line that we stop making accommodations for people who are living outside of their means at this when certain costs of living, keep rising? At what point is that our responsibility to take care of those people? And at what point is it their responsibility to take care of themselves? So I appreciate the work done from this committee. And I'm interested to hear what Ms. McClellan has to say.
I'd also, before she speaks, I would like to add something about what our survey indicated. We did statistical analysis of survey information from the US Census and the American Community Survey. And what we discovered is that the targeted group that we would be helping with this, 90% of these people are spending 50 to 70% of their total income on housing costs already. So they don't really have very much in the way of choice. Many of them, almost all of them, are single women who are approximately 80 years and older. So they grew up in a very different generation, which I'm sure will be spoken about by Nicole in more detail. And many of them were following the social and economic norms of the time of their working years, when it was very customary for women to stay home when their children were young. So by the time they retired, even when they had been in the workforce, they had much less in the way of Social Security accrued, pensions, 401ks. And of course, women live much, much longer than men, so that whatever retirement funds they have has to be stretched out for a decade or more. So that most of the people that we are talking about are older women who, not necessarily through choice, but simply because they were doing what they were told was the appropriate kind of behavior at the time that they were in their working years. So I think that we should, and of course, they've lived in Brookline for decades. They've made an investment, a long-term investment in Brookline, because they have been paying their property.
Okay, Susan, okay, we got it.
Sure.
Nicole, could you, Ms. McClellan, you have the mic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Nicole McClelland, I'm a town meeting member in precinct 11. Yeah, I hadn't planned to say much on this, but I have a question, and I should absolutely know this. I'm sorry I don't, but I bet there are a few people here who could let me know. What is for the Newberry override, the cost to the average taxpayer?
Ms. Heller?
I'll answer. It's $49 per year for a single family homeowner, and $17 per year, I believe, is the number for a condo owner.
Medium price units.
Great, thank you. So in thinking about this, you know, I'm hearing, I voted for the override. So I'll state that first, but we're certainly pitching this Newberry override to voters as, you know, what I hear most often thrown around is a no-brainer, right? This is short money. But it's worth thinking through the fact that we don't have any idea what we're doing with this property. We don't know who it's going to help or how or when or how much more money it's going to cost to make it usable. But that is a shoo-in from members of this board who strongly support it. Because in part, it's only going to cost taxpayers $17 to $49 per year. Here, with this warrant article, we have a clearly identified need. Approximately, we think about 100 seniors, many of whom have been living in Brookline for decades, contributing in all sorts of ways to our community, including paying taxes, lots of taxes, many of them for decades, the great majority of whom are elderly, widowed or unmarried women whose median income, let's not forget, is $27,000 per year. So yes, Heather, to your point, there's certainly an equity issue. Not all equity issues are necessarily racial equity issues, but there is certainly a gender equity issue that's an important component of this. I certainly don't think any of these seniors we're talking about are living large or above their means. Their taxes have exceeded their means because we keep raising their taxes. Keep in mind, these are the people who do not qualify for the other tax deferral program and have to have a mortgage on their home. So it's not like, they are able to realize the full asset value of their home anyway. So for that clearly identified need, it gives me pause to hear board members say, when we have a concrete, clearly identified need of actual people that we know need support and do not have the means to continue to age in place in their homes, $11 to $34 per year for the average taxpayer is too much. So for those real people over there, we put the brakes on, but we are enthusiastically moving ahead with an override for a Newberry property that does not provide immediate relief for a population in Brookline that is truly in need, in a housing need. This board hears week after week from people like Bonnie Bastian, Mutual Aid, about the very many real unmet needs in this community. And often the board says, and it is true, that there's not much that the board can do immediately. In my view, this is something, if the board supports, that can be done that would help provide support for people we've identified in the community who are clearly in need. I think this is a really important warrant article. Keep in mind, a full committee spent, I believe, 2, maybe longer, 2 years researching and studying this. It's thoughtful, it addresses an important need, and I hope you'll vote in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to vote.
I would like to respond briefly to what Nicole was saying. And none of us, I don't think, on this board are saying that the people who make, $27,000 a year, lived in Brookline. I don't think actually the article requires you to have lived in Brookline for a long time, but the actual experience apparently is that many of them do have. But the only thing we're quibbling over is whether or not this money is that people have a choice of how to get this money. They can take out a reverse mortgage, they give a lien to the town. They won't feel it because in most cases, they will have passed this on to their heirs. And if they're going to pass on $1 million and they're getting a benefit of maybe $50,000, it's really not unreasonable that we are asking that, to have some sort of lien on that property. I think to equate it with question yes on 3 is really, they're not analogous. Question yes on 3 is to buy a property that will benefit the whole town. We have lots of uses lined up for it. The latest is, COVID social distancing for one of our most popular athletic programs at the high school. So no, we have lots of uses, and it's a great deal for the town. The town needs that kind of space.
Okay.
But I'm just saying to you that I'm absolutely willing to defer the taxes for people who are in this situation, but recognize that it can be paid back once they are no longer in that house.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to vote either favorable action or not, or no action, as we did before, of the warrant article 15 as amended by the advisory committee as outlined by Ms. Granoff. Is that accurate?
Well, here's the thing. I want to vote favorable action on it, but not with the amendment that would pass the buck to the select board to figure out this issue around excessive access.
So let's start off voting the warrant article without the amendment passing the buck to the select board.
And I think is it 16? I think I heard you say 15. I don't think
it's 13.
Or 13. Thank you. Thank you. Too many numbers.
Okay. So let's vote, and I think we'll figure out what the outcome is. Ms. Heller.
Regretfully, I'll have to vote no action.
Okay. Ms. Hamilton.
Abstain.
Abstain. Mr. Fernandez.
Favorable action.
Okay. Mr. Vanscoyat.
No action.
And chair votes no action. Thank you. So that's 3-1-1. Okay, next, and by the way, it is 9:50. So let's just bear that in mind. I'd like to end the meeting on the same day that we started it, but maybe that's not possible.
We'll make up some ground.
We'll see. Okay. Next, recall elections.
So the petitioner has indicated that she would like to withdraw this article. So the
great.
recommendation is no action at this point. I think that if this article were to move forward, CTOS would like it referred to their group. I think that's part of, the reason why the petitioner is withdrawing, because I think there were some issues that CTOS raised that she, was still working through. So at this point, the recommendation would be no action.
Okay, so let's vote no action. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
No discussion?
Pardon me?
No discussion?
What's there to discuss?
Well, I just want or Melissa, are you saying that CTOS wants it?
No, CTOS said, because it's an article that's already, she's withdrawing it, but anyone could move it. A town meeting member could move it. And they're basically saying if there is a motion under this article, we would prefer that it would be referred to us.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Fernandez.
We're moving no action. Aye.
Yeah. Mr. Vanscoyat.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. No action. Okay. Warrant Article 18, Rank's Choice. Is there any need to discuss that?
So you have the advisory committee amendment. So they changed the task to study whether or not to adopt ranked choice voting and amended to delete the two places where should occurs. I'm not sure if Scott is available, if he's on this. I don't know if he's here.
So wait, advisory committee is just saying refer to a further study?
They amended to change the task to study whether or not to adopt our ranked choice voting. That's what I got from Mike.
Okay.
I
Would
mean,
anyone be in favor of that?
This was going to be a home rule petition anyway.
Yeah.
So we were going to have to study it to some extent.
Well, to what extent would we have to study it? I guess.
Well, I don't know. There's some disturbing articles in the Boston Globe this week about the people who are the money behind this thing. And it makes me nervous because one of them is Robert Murdoch, whom I've never agreed with a single thing in my life. And I don't intend to start now.
Well, wait a
So,
minute. Even a
I
broke
know that
clock
that's
is.
a terrible way to make a decision. And it's guilt by association, but
Yeah.
I'm going to do it anyway. So I'm really, I'm good about this. I
Okay.
just don't understand. I really don't get why people like Rupert Murdoch want this so badly.
Well,
Anybody
a
can
broke
answer
clock is telling the time once a day, telling the right time, I guess, twice a day.
I think the petitioners have something to say about this change from the AC.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was hoping we could get through this quickly, but
All right.
as usual, I'm wrong. Who do we have for the petitioners? Nicole McClellan again.
Hello, Nicole McClelland, town meeting member, precinct 11, and one of the petitioners for this article. The only change really, as you said, for advisory was introducing, I think, whether or not to study. Sort of implicit in the resolution to create a study committee is the idea that we should be studying this. So we don't support the change. As I said before, if there is someone who believes that ranked choice voting, which better represents the will of a broader majority of voters, is not good for a democracy, then you should not vote for this. But if you think it's worth figuring out how it might be able to be implemented in Brookline, what those costs might be, working with the town clerk's office, forming a studying committee, undertaking public process, then I would encourage you to vote in favor. I'm happy to answer questions. I can't specifically answer to Rupert Murdoch's motives, but there are a lot of people of good faith who certainly support this. It's been extensively.
I understand that, and it feels really like a good idea to me.
Okay.
So that's what I'm concerned about.
Ms. Hamilton, did you have some concerns? Oh, okay. Mr.
No.
Fernandez, are you ready to vote?
Yeah, I was hoping we can vote on the original petitioner's motion. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Mascoyar.
I'm going to vote in favor of the advisory committee motion, and I just want to give my own sort of distinction as to the difference between the advisory committee motion and the petitioner's motion. The petitioner's motion calls for a study towards implementing ranked choice voting. And what the advisory committee asked, which was, I think, a sensible question. If we're going to do a study, let's study whether we should have ranked choice voting. And then if we decide we should have ranked choice voting, then let's study, then let's decide how to implement it or suggest how to implement it. And so I prefer the advisory committee motion. I'm not a big fan of studies that have predetermined outcomes.
Good point.
Yeah, I would just say in response, there's, ultimately town meeting is going to decide and voters will decide whether or not we adopt this change. But again, this is an example of one of these. If we want to hear the best argument for this, and we want to hear exactly what all the concerns are to work with the town clerk's office and all that, you have to have people that are interested in moving this project forward, and also willing to hear from people that have concerns about it. Anyway, I just think this is one of those changes that is, I agree with Ms. McClellan. If you're against it, just vote against it. If you're for figuring out how it might work in Brookline, and then later on having an opportunity to vote on whether or not you're for or against it, then vote for the original petitioner's motion. Version.
Yeah.
Well, why not vote for the AC version?
Yeah.
Under that same theory, Raul.
It's an additional step in the process, but I think it's probably good practice to, decide first whether you're going to.
I want to study it. I really do. I do think it's a good idea. I'm just
This reminds me of the same conversation that we had when the land bank warrant article was originally before town meeting, and why it got referred to a study committee. I mean, everybody thought it was a great idea. To do due diligence, you really do have to ask whether or not it's appropriate for Brookline, especially when we're going to go for a home rule petition. I think ultimately we will decide that it is, but I'm not afraid to ask that question and to have a committee at least write something down.
Okay, so I move favorable action on the advisory committee amendment to warrant article 18. Yes, Mr. Fernandez.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
I don't know, Nicole, if you're in a position to, I think I asked this around a previous warrant article before. If this is the version that moves forward from the advisory committee and the select board, will you put forward version? Will you put forward the original version, or do you still need to talk about that?
I mean, I think I'd want to talk about it with the co-petitioners, but we've talked about this previously and didn't think that the advisory committee amendment was particularly useful. I mean, we're sort of saying that we're going to study whether or not to do a study, and it feels a bit like part of this process, right? The advisory select board hearing process, the public process, and the town meeting process is the process of deciding whether or not people support ranked choice voting and whether or not we want to take a serious look at it. So it seems like softening it sort of unnecessarily, but I guess we could probably hash that out at town meeting if need be.
Right. So just so everyone knows, I'll explain now. I'm going to abstain right now, which I almost never do, but the reason is I want to see what version ends up coming before town meeting. And I'm mindful that, while I want ranked choice voting to happen, I think it's a good idea, and I'm interested to see how it might work in Brookline. I'm also mindful, and this has happened at least once before, where folks said, well, the select board is unanimously in favor of this version, and then, says that and acts as if, the discussion we had didn't happen, and the concerns about versions and all that didn't happen. So I'm gonna abstain on this one, and then see what comes before town meeting, and then vote then.
Hey, Melissa, can we have a vote whereby each member says either advisory committee or original, and whoever wins, it gets favorable action? Is that legal?
You basically want some of this vote to be described in your report.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can make sure that we add that.
Okay. Does that make sense to people?
That'll work.
Okay. So I move voting on the advisory committee version of warrant article 18 or the original version. Pick the one you choose. Ms. Heller.
I'll choose the advisory committee version. I do think it's good to ask questions.
Okay, Ms. Hamilton.
Same for me.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez.
I'll go with the OG classic original version, please.
Okay, Mr. Mascoya.
Advisory committee.
Okay, and chair will vote for the advisory committee too.
Okay, I just say I really like this approach because much like ranked choice voting, it allows you to really express your views. So I like the way of voting. Thank you.
Well, that's why I did it this way. Unfortunately, it's legal.
As someone who helps you write your reports, also another way to get your views is to provide edits to your report writer.
Right.
Okay.
Just
Put it out there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, don't forget to edit.
And to vote early.
Okay, warrant articles 19 and 20, appointed town clerk and appointed town clerk bylaw.
Yes, so you should have the final versions as voted by CTOS and the advisory committee. That's been in your folder for a little bit.
Right. Is there any need to discuss this any further?
No.
Okay. So do we have to vote them separately, or can we vote them together?
I'd like them separately because they're two different reports.
Okay. I move favorable action on warrant article 19, appointed town clerk. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoya,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. I move favorable action on warrant article 20, appointed town clerk bylaw provision. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoya,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Moving right along. Warrant article 21, non-disclosure agreements. Where are we with that?
So Article 21, there is a revised petitioner motion, which was in your packet. The board's current position is no action. The advisory committee did not make a motion to reconsider, so their current position stands as no action.
Okay, who made the proposal to replace the non-disclosure agreement language? Sorry, my phone just woke up and answered something.
According to pen in the past.
It's driving crazy.
Melissa, could you describe, I don't think I saw that.
So
revised.
Jonathan Margolis is here. He can probably speak to his changes.
Okay. Who was it that proposed just posting settlements online? Was that Jonathan's proposal? I thought that's the advisory committee.
So their current position is no action.
Yeah, okay.
Melissa, is that no action on as changed by John, or?
So the motion to reconsider failed. So
Oh,
they were not able to take
I
this
got
up,
it.
I don't
Okay.
believe.
Okay. Okay.
And the board's current position is also no action, and that was a 3-2 vote with Raul and Heather voting no. So it would have to be one of the three. But I think the petitioner wasn't here last time when the board talked about this, so I think he just wants to present his revised motion.
Okay,
So
Mr. Margolis, speak.
Thank you. The revision really is a flip. The original warrant article would have kept the town from seeking non-disclosure agreements in the widest number of cases. In this case, the town may seek non-disclosure agreements with the amendment, except in cases involving allegations of sexual harassment, racial harassment, and police misconduct. I suggest to you that the question here is one of our values. Do we believe that this is a town that wants to have the opportunity to obscure public inquiry into instances of alleged sexual harassment, racial harassment, or police misconduct? Or are we willing to say that the cost of having a democratic system and open government is more important than the possible? And I admit there may be some issues in particular cases. I know what it's like to be sued frivolously. I know because a judge decided that the suit was frivolous. It isn't good, but I suggest to you that in some cases, perhaps it's a cost that we need to be willing to accept as part of our value of believing in open democratic government.
Okay, to reconsider, one of the three votes that voted no action would have to vote to reconsider. Ms. Heller, do you want to reconsider?
No.
Mr. Vanskoya, you want to reconsider?
With all respect to John, no.
Okay, and neither does the chair. Okay, so our vote holds. Warrant Article 21. Warrant Article 27, zoning bylaws to allow micro units. Where are we on this?
You should have Article 26 on your calendar as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. My notes
This is
don't-
just a very quick correction. When I was explaining last week to Raul the difference between not making a motion and no action, it triggered that 26, I had originally had you make a no action motion under 26, but the recommendation is for the board to reconsider and then just not make a motion, and we'll indicate that in the report.
Okay, so I move reconsideration. I'm sorry, Ms. Heller.
Aye.
It's 10:08. Ms. Hamilton. All right.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoy.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So we reconsider and don't do anything?
Correct.
Okay, so let's do nothing. Okay,
Do that.
moving on. Warrant Article 27, zoning bylaws to allow micro units.
So
Where are
when
we on that?
we took this up last week, the advisory committee was also taking it up at the same time. I hope that Polly might still be here. The advisory committee voted that only a building having more than 49% of units, micro units, is not allowed. I believe that's the only difference between the board's vote of last week and the advisory committee motion, but I'd like if Polly could clarify that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can, okay. Hi. Well, I mean, there was actually, that's a very big change that the advisory committee suggested, if I'm correct, that you could only have a micro unit in a building that had less than 49% of its units micro units. And the reason this came about, that was what the advisory subcommittee recommended, the Planning and Regulation Subcommittee recommended. And the reason they did that was because they wanted to keep the status quo. And that is that the building commissioner originally interpreted the definition of micro unit dwelling as a dwelling that was not a majority of the dwelling units were not micro units. Subsequent to the building commissioner's interpretation, we had a meeting with town council, and it was decided that that was not exactly what the wording said, that a micro unit was any micro unit, and therefore would not be permitted anymore in the town except in the Emerald Isle Special District. So the idea, I think, was that status quo would be kept, and then in the spring, at town meeting, there would be another motion that would better clarify what a micro unit dwelling was and also address it comprehensively in terms of whether parking should be required, or whether common spaces should be required. So I think that that's the difference. Now, the planning department voted to support micro units, and we're very enthusiastic about the idea of allowing a building to have completely all micro units. Have I explained that, Melissa, the way you understood the advisory committee vote? Because I wasn't actually at the advisory committee.
I don't know, the petitioner is also in the queue here, and I don't know if he wants to confirm that that is his understanding of the differences, and then whether or not he supports the advisory committee amendment or the original select board motion. I think that would be helpful.
Michael Zurab.
Hi. Thanks. So that's my understanding. I do not support the advisory committee motion. I support the motion that you voted on last week. One other caveat of the 49% issue is that it limits the zoning districts where small units are allowed. Their motion does not allow small units in two-family zones because you could not have a 40, not like it just mathematically wouldn't work. So there's that distinction, and there's the distinction of, can a building have 50% or more units be small units? And yeah, so they reconsidered their previous vote, and now they're bringing forward this 49% motion, and we do not consider it to be friendly. And it just, I'll just add, it seems like a lot more work for everybody to make, it seems it's not really clear who else introduce a warrant article in the spring on this. So I think it's less work for everybody, including the staff who have to show up to all these hearings, if we can just settle the use question tonight. So thank you.
Okay, so last week we voted favorable action on the advisory committee version without the parking requirements, right?
Correct.
Okay, so is there any interest in reconsideration? Any interest? No? Seeing
So
none?
I guess my question is for reconsideration. I mean, this change, we haven't voted in line with the change that the petitioner does not agree with, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I support the motion that you supported last week.
Okay.
So, Mr. Green, may I just say a word?
You
I'm not.
reconsider?
I was the no, and I just want to say a word on behalf of maybe one of the yeses favoring reconsideration, and that is simply this: that I haven't heard offered, which I depend on maybe Polly Selko to validate this, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I had thought that one of the ideas behind the 49% was to attempt to avoid incentivizing demolitions. In other words, if you can't just wholesale knock down a building and build a micro unit building, but have to sort of go into the building and figure out ways to convert units to micro units. That it might actually serve the purpose of avoiding incentivizing of demolitions. Am I just imagining that? And if I am, I am.
I really can't answer that because I wasn't present for the advisory committee discussion. I was present for the subcommittee, and I don't think they were really overly concerned with that.
Okay.
You know who was present at the AC committee hearing? Lee Selwyn, who I believe could be promoted.
Oh, Mr. Selwyn, what do you have to say?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, first off, thank you, and I'll try to be very brief. We did address the demolition issue, and several of the people who spoke with us, met with us, raised it. So John is correct that issue did come up. Recall that the original warrant article also included a parking provision, which we struck, and the petitioner indicated his agreement or his acceptance of our position. Under that provision, a micro unit dwelling, which is the entire building, would have been exempt from any parking minimum. So if you took the building commissioner's revised interpretation, you could have a building with 100 units in it, and one unit would be less than 500 square feet, and the whole building under that parking theory would have been exempt from any off-street parking requirement. Now, all of our other parking requirements are based on the number, not on the square footage of the unit, but on the number of bedrooms in the unit. And we felt that there was no particular reason to change that approach, since at least in theory, it would be possible to actually create a 2-bedroom unit out of 500 square feet or slightly less than that. So we wanted to defer that until the spring, when it could be addressed in a larger context. What we also wanted to do was to, when the interpretation changed, we felt that the correct thing to do was to go back to where we were, which allows micro units in pretty much town-wide, and in any unit with as long as less than 49% of the units are less than 500 square feet. So it's still possible to do that. It's very unlikely that anyone's going to want to build a building from scratch with 100% small units unless the parking issue can be resolved, because the economics probably don't work. And we're not prepared to resolve the parking issue because of these definitional problems, among other things. So our feeling was basically just let's put us back to where we all thought we were. And I understand that Dan Bennett apparently had been using this 49% interpretation for something around a year. So it's not like he just created it when this warrant article was filed. We felt that we just wanted to get us back to where we were, maintain the ability to have micro units town-wide as long as it's less than 49% of all units. And the reason the reason we excluded S&T districts is because mathematically you can't have a micro unit built, can't have it less than 50% in a two-family unit, two-family building. But basically, it seemed to us that this was a reasonable approach given the confusion over the zoning interpretation, and also given the fact that the parking issue is apparently very important to microunit development and not something we're prepared to deal with at this point.
Okay. Does anyone want to reconsider? No? Okay, so we're not going to reconsider. Warrant Article 29, Advisory Committee membership. I understand the petitioners are withdrawing this, and the moderator has set up a committee to address the issues raised in this warrant article, but members of the advisory committee still want to speak on it.
I haven't gotten language. I think they're still working through that one.
Okay, so it's being withdrawn. Can we do no action if people are willing to do that?
I mean, you could. I think you may still have to entertain a motion once the advisory committee has language for you to consider. But
should we just put this off?
Is this warrant article 32?
No, 29, advisory committee membership.
So we had pulled that from the agenda, Bernard, because we knew that the advisory committee wasn't done with that one.
Oh,
yet.
I'm sorry.
So
okay.
That's an old agenda. I think you're going off of.
Well, no, it's my notes.
Okay.
So notes aren't always perfect. Okay, next. Warrant Article 32, budget equity.
So
okay.
The advisory committee, I believe, has not moved that one because when they went to consider it, I think Deborah was not available, and I don't believe she's on this call. So at this point, we don't have any new information on the status of 32.
Okay, now on that, after a discussion a couple of weeks ago where the select board indicated some discomfort with the way the original warrant article was written, I prepared an alternative language, an alternative to the warrant article. And some of the petitioners put together an alternative to my alternative, or an edit of my alternative. So I guess those are on the table. Do we have to wait for the advisory committee?
If you feel that you want to move forward, you can make a motion. And I see the petitioners have also been promoted.
Okay. Let's see, how should we do this discussion? Have people read the two alternatives? And whatever we vote, maybe the advisory committee will be convinced to accept.
I'm not familiar enough with the differences between the alternatives to actually vote on that. I'm sorry. I don't know that I've even gotten them.
Okay.
Are they in the OneDrive?
Yeah, it should be in the OneDrive. Have you looked at
that? Yeah.
Have you looked at the one that I prepared? Because it's pretty easy to describe the differences.
I just think so. I see the alternative to Bernard, your alternative. What I don't see. Oh, Yes. Okay. This can be helpful. I'm gonna need to look through it too, because I do see the sort of the red line.
Okay.
version.
Okay. So
I
what do
haven't
you
had
want to
a
do?
chance to take a look at it.
I took a look at it this afternoon. I think the most substantive change between Bernard's proposal and what the petitioners kind of countered with is who's in charge of basically getting a seat at the table. So I think in Bernard's version, he envisioned that Lloyd Gelano would represent, diversity and inclusion, and the petitioners want more of like a working group. If I have misspoken, somebody please correct
No,
me.
it's not misspoken. I think that issue is sort of a minor issue. I think it's perfectly appropriate to have a working group. However, I don't agree with the sort of piling on of additional issues to be worked on by this working group and Lloyd Gelano. I wanted to make this simple, something that was sweet, short and sweet, and that could be where we could achieve some actual results. Adding additional issues that the report, so-called, that I'm calling for would have to address, I think just makes it more complex and less likely to be successful. My article looks at just three things: health outcomes or health disparities, food and nutrition security, and housing security. Those are three things that we can actually work on, and I think the proposal has a pathway to get to actual solutions within a relatively short period of time on some of those things. By adding, educational access, participation, and inclusion in town government, which is dealt with in other, warrant articles, previous town meetings. Housing quality, I'm not even sure what that means, and housing affordability. To the extent that that's more than housing security, I think it's just adding unnecessary complexity to which should be a fairly simple thing to do. Figuring out, what are the disparities, where are they being addressed by town and private agencies, where are the gaps, and how do we fill those gaps with town resources as well as private resources. I mean, I tried to make it as simple as that, and I think by additional stuff is just going to make it less likely to be successful. Mr. Van Scoyer.
Let's just, I say we stick with your version. I like the simplicity of it.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay.
I think you've got 3 votes.
Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Fernandez?
No, I don't know if the petitioners were going to weigh in or not.
Okay.
I'd like to hear that first.
Yeah, I'll let them weigh in. I just wanted to see if Ms. Hamilton, sorry. It's very late tonight, okay? Do you have anything to say before we let the petitioners speak?
No, I'm just interested in hearing what they have to say.
Okay. I see Mr. Ananian, Mr. Black, and Ms. Bastian.
Yeah, I guess our first question would be, Chair Green, we're guessing you're referring to the first whereas clause mostly.
No, I think there are a number of other things throughout the proposed alternative. For example, adding to the working group, Mutual Aid Brookline, Brookline Food Pantry.
Well, I believe the language is I believe the language there is shall consult with those groups, not necessarily well, anyway, continue.
No, actually it says shall include members from non-town agencies.
You have an old version, Mr. Green.
Okay, well, that's, I didn't get anything else.
You did, I think, maybe in an email.
It's helpful just for future reference. If there are any changes to motions, if I get them, I can make sure that I help coordinate some of these with both the advisory and the board.
I think the version that you got, Melissa, and it was included in the packet is the version that Bonnie and Ryan and I are talking about. I sent an early copy to Bernard for his comments, and that added a little bit of confusion, perhaps, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, I don't have that version. I mean, it's in the packet, but we also have a directory where we're trying to save everything that's come in on an article so that we can kind of trace the timeline here.
Okay, I apologize. I sent it to Devin. I didn't realize that I needed to send it to you as well.
Okay, did you, so I responded to you, and then you sent out to Devin, and I think I was copied. Is that the one that is the most recent?
The one from earlier today, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, okay, I see. Okay, do you have is that a red line? Okay, it looks like we're not ready to really deal with this, or are we? Select board?
You know, I mean, I'll just say, here we are again talking about whereas clauses, and you know, I do think that that this is one in particular, however, where the one that whereas clause, that first one that you're focused on in particular, I think does matter, because I think you're right that it will impact what the working group focuses on. I will say one of the things that stands out to me in particular is educational access. I wonder if that should be educational outcomes, but I'm curious to hear maybe why the petitioners use the term access instead of outcomes, and whereas in other places we're looking at disparities in terms of outcomes. So that was just one thing that stood out to me. But I think if we're looking at the great disparities, particularly based on race and other factors, income being another one, that impact people's ability to thrive, I think education has to be somewhere as part of that. I just don't know what access exactly means in terms of our school system, but outcomes would resonate with me for sure.
Yeah, and I think those are things that should be taken up, separately. I mean, the three items that I identified are things that I think we can, in a fairly short period of time, actually have an impact on. Educational access, I mean, that is really way beyond anything we can do in a short period of time or in the short term. Same thing, yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure that it is. Education access has to do with what we're struggling with right now. It has to do with inadequate internet access. It has to do with computer difficulty. It has to do with remote learning right now in this moment. So, there are a lot of very large things that could address that this won't be able to handle. But I think there's a lot of creative solutions that this actually could handle, that Mutual Aid Brookline is thinking about, but we don't have the scale to be able to actually do it in a real way.
Okay, those things I think are contemplated by the amendment that I wrote, where we talk about work with BHA to identify with respect to BHA, where the educational access issue is a problem, to identify additional sources of funding for the needs of the BHA, including where appropriate and authorized town funds for the needs of BHA residents and other vulnerable populations. I mean, it doesn't say, for example, internet access, but that's something that would be identified as, coming under this, this report thing.
I think it's too narrow to say that just BHA residents struggle with education access.
Well, it also includes other vulnerable populations.
Is it really a problem that it says educational access? I mean,
I'm not sure what that even means.
It means access to an education, access to online learning, access to remote learning, access to the tools that one needs. It means access to education, exactly how it's stated.
Yeah, is that something that, I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that sort of just muddies up the water. And the concrete things that we're concerned about could be addressed, already. But I mean, I guess educational access, those words, could be seen as within the scope of my article, if you want, if that's important.
So maybe we should move on from that particular thing.
Yeah, I'll say as a from a drafting perspective, it would be helpful. There were 6 main changes made as outlined in the email I sent all of you earlier today, which the 3 of us wrote together. And it would help to go sort of item by item to see where the select board is on those, so that we know where the distance between the petitioners and the select board might still be. Obviously, there's some debate about that first whereas clause, although it seems, Chair Green, that you're actually in favor of addressing some of the educational access issues. You just don't want it in the whereas clause. But if we can move on to some of the other items, I heard you express support for the idea of a working group of the CDICR. It would be helpful to know if we actually have sort of consensus on that.
I agree. No, I agree. That makes sense to me. I don't know what other board members think, but.
Well, may I ask a question? Has the advisory committee weighed in on this, including Scott's, the petitioner's latest suggestion?
Yeah, the advisory, well, no, they have not weighed in on Bernard's motion at all. They voted in favor of a slightly amended version of our original article that was 12.8.10, I think. And so they are waiting for the select board, not the other way around. If the select board does not pass a version of our original article, if they pass something closer to Bernard's motion, I expect the AC would reconsider. I don't know what the outcome of that reconsideration would be.
So thank you very much, Scott. I just want to suggest, I guess in the interest of time and in the interest of process, and in recognition of the fact that there were 3 people who expressed an interest tonight in voting in favor of Bernard Green's article, that we vote in favor of Bernard Green's article, and then we leave to the reconciliation process these questions of whether there should be this whereas clause added or not, and other questions. As long as there's a difference between the select board's position and the advisory committee's position, the discussion isn't over. But let's take a position.
Okay.
Can we do ranked choice voting again? I like that last time.
Hey, it's 10:35. Okay, I move favorable action on my alternative to warrant Article 32, and I'm willing to add, although I don't think it's necessary, educational access to that, so that it's clear that we're talking about things like internet access and other things like that.
Good.
I know that sounded like a joke, but I was serious about voting in the same way we did before, because I want to vote yes on both. I just prefer the original, the petitioner's one, but I also like yours as well, Bernard. So I don't want to vote no on yours if that's the one that's prevailing. I'd like to be able to still vote in the affirmative.
Okay, how remind me how we voted on ranked choice.
Well, before we do, can Scott just very succinctly say what the other, I think, 3 or 4 changes were?
Yeah, so the first is the whereas clause. We sort of broadened the topics of the disparities. That was number 1. Number 2, just the phrase about commits to the inclusive budget process. I think that should be relatively uncontroversial. That's sort of what we're doing in a number of different articles this town meeting, and I think that gets to the core of what the difference in viewpoint between Bernard's article and ours is that we don't see this as a sort of internal town hall affair, but as part of hopefully a broader process that involves some consultation. So the third difference is the working group, and I'd actually like to suggest that if the select board is willing to consider that amendment, that would help bring us, the petitioners, and potentially the advisory committee and the select board closer together, because I think the matter of the working group is probably our core, our primary concern as petitioners. Fourth is including mutual aid Brookline and Brookline Food Pantry in the non-town agencies. They're the sort of foremost non-town agencies working on the food insecurity, which was actually in Bernard's original language, not in our language. So we thought that was we figured that was an oversight, not a deliberate one. And fifth was adding individuals' lived experience, because we're reluctant to make decisions that impact vulnerable populations without giving those vulnerable populations a say. And then the sixth one was, hopefully, I thought it was clarifying the timeline, and I'd be interested to hear from Bernard about that as well. But my assumption was that the idea was that this goes into the original budget, isn't something that tries to get shoved in at the end, which was something that people objected to about the process in June. And so that last point was trying to clarify that this budget process sort of should go into the initial budget, not be a sort of add-on report at the end. But if Bernard has a different idea about timeline, I'd be very interested to hear it. So those are the 6 points.
My reading of item 4, new item 4, is that you want the director and this working group, which would include both the commission as well as additional people participating in the process of preparing the town's fiscal year 22 budget. Number one, the budget's already in process right now. And number two, I'm not sure that this is something that, a broad town committee should be involved with. I mean, it seems to me that that creates some significant problems in terms of, priorities that the town has to consider in light of its legal obligations, as well as, balancing the interests of various constituencies, not just the constituencies that are going to be on this working group. So, I mean, I have a problem with that as a process matter.
That actually, sorry, Scott, to interrupt, but like that actually does bring up a question that we did have about, because to your credit, it was your idea to come up with this report idea. And so I guess one of the questions we're wondering is what was the time frame that you originally had in mind for like this report coming out, like especially in relationship to like kind of like the timeline with the fiscal year 22 budget?
Yeah, I think the timeline is in here somewhere. And it's basically when we start the warrant article process for fiscal year 20 for the Springtown meeting.
Yeah, which is generally the end of January. Our question was, is that the first that the sort of town administrator hears about these suggestions or not, right? And so we were thinking that this is probably not going to set up a successful process if in January, the director or the director in the working group come up with a bunch of suggestions that are then sort of shoehorned into the back of the budget.
Well, no, they'd come up maybe with warrant articles or budget amendments that not shoehorned in, but in the same way that all budget amendments are taken up by town meeting.
So I will say, you're speaking, just personally, that I'm certainly open to hearing different language here. Our concern, I think, which we would share with you, is just setting up this report to be successful, right? It didn't, again, speaking me personally, I didn't want to set this up as an adversarial process where suddenly we end up with a budget amendment at town meeting again, which is set up in opposition to the town administrator's budget. We wanted this to be something that was being worked on inclusively with, in a cooperative process with the town, with the town's budget. So that was the intention of item 4. And if there's a better way to do that, I'm certainly all ears.
Yeah,
I would echo Scott's point. Yeah.
So if I might just make a suggestion, we do have Melissa Goff as an active listener, and she's pretty much the person who puts together the budget. So I'd love to hear her thoughts on where are some points throughout the budget process that we could try to, get more eyes at the document as it progresses.
Yeah, I would say that, one thing, Scott, our budget timeline is in the appendix of our financial plan. And if you looked at that in a normal year, a non-pandemic year, you'd see that we are pretty much, the fall is when we do our departmental budget request meetings and review. And so the purpose of the departmental reviews in front of the select board after the budget is submitted is to get the very feedback that you're wanting to give to the board on the departmental budget. So I think the opportunity for these groups to weigh in on departmental budget requests are during the meetings that we have once the budget is released, when we bring every single department in front of the board for them to talk about what's in their budget.
And have we passed that point already for fiscal year 22?
So for fiscal 22, the town administrator's budget comes out in mid-February, and then immediately we go into every department getting in front of the board to talk about their budget.
So if we drop item 4 and it goes with Bernard's original text, where the report is submitted to the select board by the opening of the warrant, which is usually the end of January, if I'm not mistaken, is that sufficient time for inclusion in that?
I'm sorry, Scott,
review?
but the opening of the warrant is not until March.
So, Scott, the purpose of the departmental budget reviews in front of the board is for the board to provide feedback to us. And the advisory is doing the same thing at the very same time that then ultimately influences the motion in front of town meeting.
I guess I'm looking for a date. If we were to set a date for this initial report, that would be early enough for it to be, as late as possible to give the parties involved time to do their work, but early enough that it can be realistically included in the budget and isn't going to throw a sand in the gears at the last minute. What would you suggest that date would be?
I'd say probably mid-April.
Okay.
And the other thing, as I see it, and correct me if I'm off the wall, Melissa, is that the report can also, it's contemplated that the report would identify gaps and where we can get resources to fill those gaps. Those resources could be private resources, and the town could work, to mobilize those private resources. And I think it could also be monies available in the fiscal year 21 budget. In other words, not just the next fiscal year, but if there are monies available in this fiscal year budget, we could fund some of these things with that money.
Briefly to Nancy's point, I expect the warrant will open on Tuesday, February 5th this next year, assuming that we have our annual election on May 4th, as we usually would. It was delayed this year due to COVID, but I don't think the plan is to delay it again next year. So February 5th would be the date of the opening of the warrant. I will say that in talking with Bob Lepson of the CDICR, he expressed a desire for more time if they're to be included in this work. So April does sound better in general, other than the fact that it is after the closing. The warrant's expected to close on March 4th. So I'm open to ideas there about what that bullet point, that the timing bullet point should say.
Okay, it's 10:45. I'd like to move a favorable action on my version of warrant article 32 with the following two additions: the words educational access, and then item 2, including a working group of the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations to assist the director. And that working group doesn't have to include just CDCRR members. It could include a broader group.
May I make one more suggestion for now to include?
Okay.
At least the line from number 3, the director and working group should also seek to include experts and individuals with lived experiences in areas salient to the disparities.
And period after that?
And a period after that, yeah.
Okay.
Because I figure there's some disagreement for now in terms of like what comes after the period.
Okay. And I think that's sort of implied, but I'm willing to include that. So with those 3 changes, I move approval of warrant article 32 as as proposed to be amended by yours truly. Mr. Fernandez, how did you want to do this?
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So all in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you.
Article 33, the board has the compromise between the advisory committee and the petitioner. I believe everybody's on board with that motion. And the advisory committee, I believe, voted that earlier this evening.
Okay. Do we have the language? I'm sorry. And
It should be in your OneDrive folder, yes.
okay.
The one called Converging. Is that it?
Resolution of TS partnership. Yes, revised.
Yeah, new conversion, yes, that is the motion.
Oh, okay, conversion. What are the changes?
If you open the document, it shows the strike throughs, shows the
Yeah.
edits.
Mr. Van Scoyac, since you were the one who complained last time, have you read this and what do you think?
I am totally on board with this, and I think the petitioners and John Doggett and others did a fantastic job of working out a wording that is very, very constructive and something that I think the select board and advisory committee can support. I would just remind folks that as of last week, there really wasn't any disagreement on the meat of all of this, which is the resolved clauses. And it really came down to a matter of sort of how do you, as I described it as the wind up before the pitch. You know, how do you set up these resolved clauses in a way that is that sort of sticks to the purposes of the resolve clauses and confines itself to, you know, simple statements of facts that point to the need for the resolve clauses.
Okay, unless anyone thinks we need to discuss this more.
Well,
like-
David Lescoye, who I believe is one of the petitioners, has his hand raised.
Yeah, I was gonna get there. Mr. Lescoye?
Hello. I don't think I have to really add anything to what John Van Scoyac said, so I know it's late.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. I move approval of the amended warrant article 33 as set forth in our packet under 33 new converging. Is that the best way of describing? Is that the advisory committee? Okay,
Advisory committee motion.
I move approval of the advisory committee motion. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, moving right along. Let's see.
So Article 39, the advisory committee voted the 30-day delay after the article takes effect. The last time we talked, the petitioners had expressed that they were not supportive of this change. The advisory committee at the time was at 270 days. So now they've moved to 30. So after, so if the select board takes 6 months to appoint a review board, 30 days after that panel is in place is when the bylaw, when it would take effect. And
Okay.
Can I comment on this?
Sure.
Okay, so I was approached by members of the advisory committee who were concerned. They did not, that person did not support the 270 days, but did feel that there should be some sort of a window. after the approval, because there may be some homeowners with small projects who would be disadvantaged by not having known the politics, et cetera, and whose projects that came in, they came in a day later for a building permit, spent all the money on their project, and were denied. So I thought that that was a reasonable argument and a fairness argument. However, what I would like also to stipulate, or to encourage anyway, strongly encourage, is that the building department and the planning department make sure that anyone who comes before them for a renovation or a modification knows that we are going for this change at the state level in terms of permitting us to have fossil fuel free projects. And I do believe that that in and of itself will convince people to just go ahead and do it, especially because the economics now are such that it's not really, not a whole lot different to have a fossil fuel free system as it is to have one that relies on fossil fuel. So, that would be my major wish, that we could make sure that anyone who comes before the planning or the building department really knows that we are serious about this, and and they would just take their chances. I would hope that they would, that the petition, that whoever it is who wants to build these buildings would do a second thought and say, okay, yeah, it's not any more expensive. Why would I want to do it the wrong way and do it the right way? But I think 30 days is fair. So I would move to reconsider.
Okay. Before we go on, Mr. Kleckner, I assume that the select board stating that in our report is good enough for building commission to actually implement it?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think they would cooperate.
Implementation means that they can have a big sign at the front desk saying, please be aware.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Cunningham, did you want to add something? I see Ms. Scallon is also here. Scanlon. Either one of you?
Lisa, did you want to talk about screen sharing? I think she might be frozen.
I think really we just need to hear briefly on this 30-day issue. I don't think there's anything else to discuss. So for or against it?
Well, the thing is that we oppose any kind of delay because
but we're trying to get this thing. We're trying to get this thing through, and there has to be some willingness to compromise. And this doesn't seem to be like a huge compromise. It's not really undermining, the purpose of the warrant article or the goal of fossil fuel free building. So.
I realized that what I wanted to add, though, was that if you check back with the original warrant article, which I have on hand if you do want to see the language, it stipulates that a public hearing has to be held to set up the review board, the Sustainability Review Board, or the SRB, to implement a process for waivers and exemptions. And so there's going to be a lot of public process that has to happen once we see that this could actually be passed. And the hope is that other communities and cities are going to pass the same kind of legislation as well, so that the state legislator will be, there's going to be a lot of publicity around this, so that the hope is that we would be hearing a lot about it, not just in Brookline, but across the state. So that's the whole intent of these resolution and the home rule petition, is to get that pressure on the legislature to actually consider this for more than just Brookline.
Right. All right. Okay. Is there a motion to reconsider?
Yes, I just made one.
Oh, sorry. There's one other thing I forgot to tell you. It leaves it in the hands of the select board on the whole timing of it as well. So the select board can, if you read the language of the original warrant article 21, they're able to decide when it's actually implemented. So the advisory committee language for 30 extra days is an additional encumbrance on top of whatever the select board would want to do. There's no, you know what I mean? There's no reason to have it because it's already going to take place with a public process and then the select board deciding when to implement it.
Bernard, apparently Carlos Reduejo from the advisory committee is here and he has his hand raised.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that. Carlos.
Good evening, and it's a long evening.
Tell me about it.
Yes. So the advisory committee today, as Melissa had just mentioned, they voted yes, 24 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstain to reduce it to 30 days. There was a motion to reduce it to 0 days, and that failed 5-17 to 4. And basically, I think that the reason why we sort of came up with this was that we're hoping that the select board is actually going to set up the sustainability review board before the Beacon Hill approves this, so it's all ready to go, and we don't have to wait until Beacon Hill approves anything to get going. But at the same time, we wanted to add, as Nancy had mentioned, we wanted to give a what I would call an administrative delay to the small projects, the people who are not necessarily know what's going on in town, politic wise, and even on the state, to be able to have a hard deadline. Because right now, with the state with the State House approval, it could be any time between when town meeting approves it and the next 2, 3, 4 years, whatever it is. So by setting up this 30 days, we get the hard deadline from when the State House approves it to 30 days after that. So it gives the architectural professionals and the owners, the small owners, not necessarily the big owners, the small owners, some dates to work with. I agree that hopefully everybody is working towards this anyway, but I think it's just more fair to be able to give them these 30 days. So again, the advisory committee was not trying to stall this this movement whatsoever. We're all on board. We just we felt that we had to make it a little bit more fair for the small project owner. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry that I got kicked out of the meeting for some reason, so I missed this, but I'm assuming Kathleen already spoke.
Yep.
Kathleen, was there anything you wanted me to add?
No, I think I covered it.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
pretty thorough.
You know, I just want to reiterate, I mean, I think that a 30-day, a 270-day, whatever delay is being sought here, it's still going to come as a surprise for some people. But our hope is that there's enough talk about it that it's not a surprise. And we would like people to actually be doing this now. Remember, this is the low-hanging fruit that town meeting almost unanimously passed. So people should be doing this anyways. And until, you know, until these requirements look like they're coming, people are gonna do the bare minimum possible. And I think we have to start getting serious about this and start, you know, acting like it's gonna be implemented eventually.
Okay,
A delay just gives the wrong signal.
Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Hernandez?
Lisa, Kathleen, I agree with you, and I also don't want to spend town meeting arguing over a 30-day delay.
Yeah.
I would much rather us get on the same page. This is a concession that the AC made in their version. Let's meet them halfway. 30 days is 30 days. Is 30 days too many? But for us to get be able to get this passed unanimously, I think it's worth it.
I will also just say this. we all forget what it's like to not really understand, the town, the difference between a town and a city and whether Brookline is one or the other. There are people that do not pay attention. And yes, it will come as a surprise. We need that flexibility of the 30 days, in my opinion, because people are not going to be paying attention. So to rely on the publicity, I think is a losing argument. And like Dr. Fernandez just said, let's all try to get on the same page because it will produce a much stronger result.
Okay.
Could I just chime in quickly here?
Yep.
I don't know if Kathleen reviewed this, but we also have to set up a sustainability review board. And so that will go through a public process as well. So there will be quite a bit of press about this. And we've also got 15 other towns and cities who are going to be carrying forward the same legislation. So we feel that this is actually doing nothing. Brookline should not be proud of this because this is actually stopping the problem, from making the problem worse. We actually have to be removing fossil fuel infrastructure from our buildings right now, starting today. And we have 7 years to prevent going from 1.5 degrees Celsius change to 2 degrees Celsius change, 7 years. And this is going to wind its way through the state legislature for at least 2 years. So we really don't have time to waste, whether it's another day or another month.
I think, Lisa, that one thing you didn't hear because you were frozen was that we said we could set up the review board before the state actually passes the legislation. So that would really shortcut the process. And I think that's a really good idea.
Okay, so the motion's on the floor to reconsider. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I move, what am I moving? I move warrant article 39 as amended by the advisory committee to add the 30-day thing. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
I'm going to vote no, and I just want to explain why. I don't dispute that 30 days is a reasonable proposal and that there's arguments in favor of it. They're substantial. I just want to also acknowledge, though, that the petitioners have made some powerful statements tonight. And this issue is different from just about any other issue we face. It is an existential issue. And I was prepared to say if there had been 3 no votes and if we had gone without the 30 days, I was prepared to say to those who said, how could you say no to something like a simple 30 days? And my answer would have been, because in the end, I think there's going to be sufficient notice given to everyone because this is going to take a long time. And by saying no, we get across the point that this isn't just any other issue. That's enough for me. So that was my speech. If
Thank you.
No had prevailed, and I just want people to know that. So my vote.
It'll be in the record. And chair votes yes. Okay. Oh, now we have a huge one. Ms. Goff, could you help us through the budget amendment quickly and efficiently? You're muted.
Thank you. So we discussed this last week at the public hearing. You have a memo in your packet from me that outlines the vote. The advisory committee has already voted this, and this is matching the advisory committee motion.
Okay. Is there any, well, maybe we can vote this real quick. Is there any discussion from the select board? No?
What number are we talking about?
Special town meeting 2, warrant article 1.
2-1. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay. I move favorable action on the budget amendment for special town meeting 2, warrant number 1. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoyak,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Well, that was quicker than I thought it would be. Okay, special town meeting 2, warrant article 2, the
So-
high school.
Yes, you should also have a draft vote in your folder as well. The only change, Carla noted that the reference to Cypress Field should be changed to the Cypress Street Playground.
Okay.
I agree with that, but I think it's both. Because one end is the field and the other end is the playground, and the whole thing.
She actually did a little research and looked at the park and open space plan, and there's no reference to Cypress Field anywhere. So she thinks that we should be referring
All right.
to the
Okay,
reference.
well, if playground encompasses the whole thing, it's fine.
Okay, and I consider that a scrivener's error. But anyway, we'll vote on warrant article 2 of the special town meeting, second special town meeting, with the amendment as indicated regarding the field. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoyak,
Aye.
and chair votes aye.
With special
Okay.
thanks to Andy and Ray for sticking around.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
No
I'm
problem.
sorry, that you had to live through or stay through this long meeting for
That's
nothing.
quite all right.
We appreciate the fact of that you work so hard, including doing things like this.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Okay, the final item, we covered the annual appointments for commissions and boards. So the only other item is next week's meeting. Next Tuesday is, as you know, Election Day. People are going to be very involved with that one way or the other. And the question is whether we've gotten through enough so that we don't have to have a meeting next week. I think we basically got through pretty much everything, except for a few dangling things that we can put off until the following week. What do other people think?
That's a great idea.
Hey, Melissa, what do we still have outstanding on warrant articles?
So we've got 29, 32. I'm trying to think of what else the advisory committee has left on there. If they do something, it might shift with us.
34, isn't it?
So they still have 39 and tweaks of,
Wait, I thought we just voted their 39.
they still have to do it though. They haven't done it yet. Oh no, they did vote 39. Sorry, that was sent at 9 o'clock. So a little different. A couple hours later, we do have an update. I can give you. I think it's only a handful, so I think we'd be able. We just did a whole boatload tonight, and I don't think it will be as bad on the 10th if we needed to wait until then.
Okay, let's plan to meet on the 10th and have a good break. Hopefully on the 10th, we'll be hungover from our champagne celebrations and not our vodka hangovers.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
It sounds like a reluctant yes.
11/11.
Last week, we took up something that had to do with boards and commissions keeping video of their meetings, to be available to the public. And we didn't reach a decision on it. And I thought that we said, we won't reach a decision tonight, but we'll take it up at our next meeting. Is that going to come back to us for a vote?
Ms. Hamilton and Mr. Fernandez, you were in charge of that. Where are we?
Well, you instructed us to seek our legal counsel's opinion. My grandmother passed away last week, so I was not in a position.
We're sorry to hear that.
Okay. So I will try to do that sometime this week. But maybe this is because I'm not a lawyer. I'm not really sure why we're getting legal's opinion about whether or not we are recording meetings.
I used to be a lawyer, and I don't know why.
a lot of these commissions are already recording their meetings.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
posting them. So.
And maybe what we should do is recommend that commissions where this is an issue just instruct people to turn off their video. I mean, that seems to be an easy solution.
There
I'll
was
just note also in response
For
to that.
participants to turn off their video?
Yeah.
I think that's the issue for some people, is face recognition. And
Yeah,
they
so
don't
you
want
turn
to
off your
face
video.
over the internet or whatever. I don't know. I mean,
Mr. Fernandez,
so,
what you say?
you know,
Yeah.
if you then you just turn off your video and you can speak and whatever.
Well, as far as the CDICR is concerned, I notified the board that they were going to take it up at the November meeting.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, you did. I'm sorry.
We just had last week, and we're meeting again this week to do warrant article review. So that's the earliest they can take it up.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I would be interested to hear what their body has to say. So I'm willing to wait, but I think that it's completely within the select board's purview to vote on this.
Yeah, I'm willing to wait too. I just don't want to have to wait, until, I think they should take it up at their next meeting and let us know, and then we can act on it. But I don't want to have to sort of wait for them to take it up. That's all.
Okay, good. Okay, that's it. We've done our work tonight, and it is still October 27th.
Ray Masick hasn't gone home yet. I don't know what he's waiting for.
I really feel bad, and Joe Viola's here too. God.
Justin, what is Justin doing here?
Well, he's always here, isn't he?
Yeah, I know, but come on. All right.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.